y hasta lo futuro, aquí encontré la inspiración. Y él decía que cuando una actividad turística inicia en un territorio, la población está eufórica. La población aplaude, está encantada. Pero a medida que vamos avanzando en ese desarrollo de la actividad turística que muchos territorios hemos vivido, el comportamiento de la sociedad va cambiando en percepción y pasa de un estadio de euforia a un estadio de apatía. No me enrollaré con todo el análisis que hicimos para ecualizar o juntar o comparar la historia de la isla de Mallorca con este gráfico. Una vez que sigue moviéndose la actividad turística, la sociedad se empieza a irritar. Recuerden ustedes, año 2008. El año 2008, en el periódico El País, el periodista Ortega saca por primera vez la palabra turismofobia. 2008. Las manifestaciones se repetían en Barcelona, en Venecia, en 2016, 2017, 2019. A partir de ahí, recibimos el impacto de la pandemia, no soluciona el problema, simplemente lo amortigua, y cuando recuperamos el tono, como hemos recuperado en el año 23 y año 24, la sociedad, como está, es antagonista. De repente, la queja de su situación se convierte en encontrar un chivo expiatorio contra una actividad que es la que, de alguna manera, mantiene el bienestar. Este análisis ha sido y fue el que nos ha impulsado desde una perspectiva de administración pública. Sé que hablamos mucho de la colaboración público-privada y está muy bien, pero permítanme, y lo vamos a ir viendo a lo largo de esta jornada, en eventos, en proyectos como en Life Adapt Cala Millor, que lo importante, lo más importante, para no decepcionar a la sociedad, es que las administraciones públicas trabajen juntas. Hay muchos proyectos iniciados por el sector privado que han caído o han decaído por la colaboración público-público. Y si no, reflexionen. Reflexionen. Sobre cada persona, cada empresa y cada metro cuadrado de este territorio, de esta isla, hay 5 administraciones. 5. Municipio, Consell Insular, Govern Autonómico, España y Europa. Por lo tanto, es otra reflexión a la que nos lleva cuando entendemos que la situación ya está en un entorno entre irritación y antagonista, es cuando entendemos que hemos de desaprender porque no ha servido desde el 76 para que un documento del 76 hoy sea más vivo que nunca y tenga más valor que nunca. Y esto hace que cuando nos incorporamos al Departamento de Turismo nos planteemos desaprender, construir en una hoja en blanco qué queremos ser a futuro. Pero para ello es fundamental que las administraciones públicas tengan el mismo sentimiento que la actividad privada. Y en ese trabajo, lo que hoy les puedo empezar a transmitir es lo siguiente. En base a eso, lo primero que hicimos fue cuál debe ser el propósito de esta administración insular de Mallorca. ¿Cuál es nuestro horizonte? ¿Cuál es nuestro propósito? ¿Por qué y para qué hacemos cosas? ¿Por qué y para qué invertimos el dinero público? Pues fundamentalmente para mejorar la convivencia social y medioambiental dentro de un marco de desarrollo sostenible de una actividad turística que además se va a ver incrementada por la consideración en las nuevas generaciones de que el viajar es una prioridad en la vida. Ese es el propósito, en una frase. Detrás de ese propósito, evidentemente, hemos de seguir bajando. Como decía Andy, tenemos que bajar a ver cómo materializamos esa teoría o esa frase. Pero hemos conseguido resumir todo lo que os he contado en una frase. ¿Cuál es la misión de una administración pública que tiene la responsabilidad de gestionar la actividad turística en una isla líder en el mundo? ¿Cuál debe ser el cambio de relato? ¿Cuál debe ser su misión? Una vez que tiene claro el por qué y para qué. Y nuestra misión no es otra que proteger y regenerar aquellas cualidades que hacen de Mallorca un lugar maravilloso. Y esto es importante. Aquí el orden de los factores sí que altera el producto. Para vivir, no habrá destino futuro en el mundo capaz de sobrevivir si no es porque sus residentes son felices viviendo en él. Y esto es fácil de decir y evidentemente muy complejo, como decía Ortega y Gasset, de entender y de mejorar. Porque a la vez seremos maravillosos para visitar. Y cuando llegamos teníamos esto bastante claro y ya te enfrentas de, bueno, ¿y ahora cuál es tu visión? ¿Cómo vas a encuadrar esa visión? Y ahí, ya en la World Travel Market, con mi directora insular, Susana, y todo su equipo, a los cuales quiero agradecer en este momento todo el trabajo que habéis hecho para llevar a cabo este summit, que les puedo garantizar que no es sencillo y que son muchas horas de trabajo, igual que a la UNTO para que nos haya ayudado a desarrollarlo. Lo lanzamos en la World Travel Market. Es el pledge, el compromiso de turismo responsable de la isla de Mallorca. El compromiso que dice qué y para qué y cómo queremos que nos visiten. Pero a la vez que implica que nosotros desde dentro también tendremos que cuidarlo. Y de repente nos encontramos en la dicotomía de se acabó el modelo de promoción al uso de un territorio líder. Si lo que quiere es alcanzar el liderazgo de un nuevo mensaje, para que los demás nos sigan, de un mensaje más responsable, de un mensaje de una actividad turística dentro de un respeto exhaustivo y real del entorno social y medioambiental. Pero claro, esto al final hay que seguir aterrizando, nos vamos bajando y vamos bajando. Y hemos llegado a la estrategia. Y miren, la estrategia lo decía la directora ejecutiva de la ONU ayer, no la hemos inventado, está inventada. El sector privado lo lleva aplicando un montón de tiempo. Quizás las administraciones en eso siempre hemos ido y han ido muy por detrás. En un modelo ESG, Environment, Social and Governance. Y para mí la clave es la palabra governance en este momento. Y sobre todo porque somos una isla con límites, porque tenemos que asumir que somos una isla con límites. Al igual que el ser humano tiene límites, debemos de gestionarlos. Y en el momento que estamos, no se puede gestionar en una continua persecución del valor, ir incorporando constantemente a la actividad productiva más dinero, más personas, más tierra, no, porque hay límites. Tenemos que mover y la administración pública tiene que coger la bandera y tiene que ser la primera que impulse en su propia gestión interna, en su propia estructura interna, el modelo circular de crecimiento. Y he dicho que es la gobernanza la palabra importante. ¿Por qué es importante? Porque hablo de gobernanza público-público. Porque estoy convencido que la público-privada vendrá. Y si tenemos una gobernanza público-público, estoy convencido que la eficacia de la colaboración público-privada será cada vez mayor, cada vez más importante, y habremos conseguido trasladar a la sociedad el mensaje de que el turismo evidentemente tiene elementos exógenos, pero es parte de la solución. Y sobre todo, que Mallorca lo que quiere es sentirse visitada y no invadida. Y para eso hay que trabajar desde los dos frentes. Pero claro, estoy en una administración privada, vengo del sector público, vengo del sector privado y no puedo menos, como ingeniero que soy, de, si queremos cultivar algo, habrá que encontrar la tierra, pero hace falta algo importante, las herramientas. Habrá que construir una herramienta, construir un arado, construir algo dentro de mi propia administración que permita en un futuro cabalgar y caminar hacia ese horizonte de convivencia. Ese es el reto que nos marcamos nada más empezar. Les puedo garantizar que no es fácil. Las administraciones son entornos muy, no sé si tan complejos como la actividad turística, pero vamos, no le anda muy lejos por la estructura durante muchos años que ha ido arrastrando. Y esto es lo que les quiero desvelar, después de contarles un poco toda mi historia. Que en esa línea de asumir la responsabilidad como administración pública que tengo, desde ese concepto de página en blanco, no te quedes en la queja, sé más práctico, planifica a largo plazo y construye el futuro. Pronto, probablemente a final de año, desvelaremos un modelo de gobernanza dentro del Departamento de Turismo del Consell Insular de Mallorca que le hemos llamado bitácora. Supongo que entenderán por qué le hemos llamado bitácora. Primero porque somos una isla. Entonces todo lo que tenga que ver con la náutica es importante. Pero sobre todo por una cosa. Porque no estamos desarrollando un plan. Ni un plan estratégico, ni todas estas cosas que nos gustan a todos. Estamos construyendo un arado, una herramienta, un modelo de organización que permita a la administración pública acercarse todo lo posible al sector privado y desde la simplicidad, la concreción y con elementos de medida, porque lo que no se mide no se controla, poder ir desarrollando ese modelo de convivencia que queremos para nuestras islas. Lo más importante de todo este camino es el análisis que hicimos, la convicción de que la situación antes de las manifestaciones estaba mal y el construir este nuevo modelo que espero, probablemente a final de año, poder desvelar conjuntamente con la presentación de presupuestos de la Administración. No entraré más en detalles porque si no ya haré un spoiler de lo que voy a contar en la próxima, ¿vale? Pero quédense, será un modelo de gobernanza que tiene como nombre bitácora porque es eso. Es eso. Es algo que te permite diseñar una ruta y seguirla teniendo claro hacia dónde quieres llegar. Y nada, ya voy a terminar y no me quiero despedir de aquí sin una frase de un gran ensayista y escritor de viajes que es Pico Ayer. Y sobre todo a los que se queden, les insto a que lo disfruten. Él escribió un libro que se titulaba The Art of Stillness, el arte de la quietud. Y decía que en la era de la distracción, creo que está claro que es esta, ¿vale? O el antropoceno, como lo quiera llamar, porque creo que, como decía Mario ayer, todo el efecto del ser humano sobre la Tierra, ¿vale? En la era de la distracción, no hay lujo mayor que prestar atención, que creo que es lo que ustedes me han prestado hoy. Y ya, para terminar, simplemente decirles que no hay mejor lugar en el mundo para prestar atención que la isla de Mallorca. Muchas gracias y bienvenidos.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez, Marcial Rodriguez, for your presentation of the ambitious plans of the island of Mallorca for that bitácora, which we'll be very excited to learn about in the coming months. And we're going to move along. We have a presentation coming up that will truly define the island of Mallorca, the island of tomorrow. And I'm going to please ask, and it's going to be an honor to have here on stage, the presence of Susana Jacobelli, Director of Tourism and Vice President of the Mallorca Tourism Foundation, which will introduce this exciting presentation. Susana, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. So I will be presenting because, as our minister said, Andy will not, unfortunately, be able to be here today. So I'll just give you an introduction before the video which he has recorded. So as our Minister of Tourism said, we are transforming tourism in Mallorca. And we're transforming it towards a regenerative, responsible, sustainable tourism. And just to go back, I mean, the reason, and a lot of people have asked me these days, you know, how many tourists you receive, and we actually receive 18 million tourists a year, and we are only 1 million residents on this beautiful island. And in the last 20 years, we actually increased the number of tourists, number of residents by 300,000 in the last 20 years. That's a 30% increase, which is almost 50 new inhabitants a day. And in this beautiful small island, we have 254 inhabitants per square kilometer. So the challenge between the tourists, which we actually call temporary residents, and the permanent residents is what we in our transformational tourism and responsible tourism are working on. So why do we talk about responsible tourism and not sustainable tourism? Because in the end, what the whole economical sector of Mallorca is doing is already working on sustainability. And when we talk about responsibility, we're talking about the accountability of each person, of the resident and the tourist. And it actually comes from the Cape Town Declaration. So as our minister said, which is responsible tourism is that tourism which makes better destinations to live in and better destinations to visit. And it's based on 4 principles, our 4 C's. The first one, climate. So how can we take care of our natural resources, our environment, our water resources? Coexistence, as we said, coexistence between the resident and the tourist. I think yesterday Dr. Jafar Jafari said it is not just about the satisfaction of the tourist, it's also about the satisfaction of the resident. And then the collaboration between us as a public entity and the private sector. And then the 4th one is the communities. The communities, the local product, the traditions, the artisanal products. And what have we done? And what have we done together with Andy? Andy Stallman is a very renowned person in marketing and in branding. Well, he would say branding, not marketing. And actually, he's called Mr. Branding, well known as Mr. Branding. What have we been doing together with him this year? We have actually started a process where we're interviewing the residents, the people who live in Mallorca, or those people who were temporary residents and became permanent residents. And why are we doing that? To actually understand what are the values behind the brand of Mallorca. Yesterday, Ana Fernandez was talking a lot about La Marca País. And what is our brand? What is the brand of Mallorca? What does it stand for? What is our DNA? And so what we've been doing is interviewing, and we will be doing this for the next years, to understand what does Mallorca mean. Because in the end, we have, since the 1950s, been leaders in tourism, but we now want to be leaders in responsible tourism. And to be able to do that, you have to communicate that through your brand. So this is the first process that we're doing to then communicate these values through a brand, which also I will not do a spoiler, because that will be something that we will also be showing you at the end of the year. So without further ado, because we only have until 10 o'clock, We can show the video. Andy has pre-recorded the video, so we will be listening to it. And please forward the video. Thank you.
Muy buenos días, bon día, good morning. Espero que estén todos muy bien, disfrutando de esta semana tan especial, esta semana del Mallorca Responsible Tourism Week, y muy particularmente de este evento trascendente e importante que es el Third Sustainable Destination Summit. Para todos nosotros, en nombre de Totem Branding, darle la enhorabuena a todos los organizadores, a la Fundació Mallorca Turisme, al Consell de Mallorca, por supuesto, y al equipo de UN Tourism, por darnos este espacio para la reflexión, el debate y, por supuesto, la acción, que es lo que verdaderamente nos permite transformar las cosas a mejor. Hace varios meses, desde el equipo de Totem Branding, estamos colaborando estrechamente con la Fundación y con la Consejería de Turismo, elaborando, perfilando, orientando un nuevo plan, una nueva guía para el turismo del mañana, para la isla del futuro. Hoy quiero compartir con ustedes parte de un work in progress, de un proceso realmente inspirador y emocionante que estamos llevando a cabo, como digo, hace varios meses, y que tiene que ver con escuchar, entender, comprender y empatizar con las personas que dan vida, sentido y sentimiento a Mallorca, con mallorquines que nos han regalado su precioso tiempo para poder entender de una manera más profunda y holística a dónde estamos, de dónde venimos y a dónde queremos ir. En este Sustainable Destination Summit voy a compartir con todos vosotros parte de lo que es una fase muy importante de estas entrevistas, de estos diálogos, de estas escuchas, de este espacio de entendimiento para poder entender de dónde estamos y sobre todo a dónde queremos ir y de qué manera queremos ir hacia ese mañana. Como les dije, mi nombre es Andy Stallman y estaré encantado de poder seguir esta conversación que comienza hoy, pero que continúa en el tiempo a partir de ahora mismo. Cualquiera que quiere puede capturar mis datos en una fotografía y feliz de continuar esta conversación. Como adelantaba, en este contexto global, cambiante, no solamente de cambios profundos y paradigmáticos, sino simultáneos y acelerados, junto a nuestro equipo estamos trabajando en los 5 continentes, no solamente decodificando las oportunidades que presentan estos cambios, sino cómo ir hacia el futuro de la manera más veloz y acertada posible, sin dejar a nadie en el camino e integrando a todos y cada uno de aquellos que de alguna manera u otra aportan y contribuyen. Ahora mismo comienzo, sin más dilación y sin más introducciones, a compartir por primera vez en público la Mallorca desde adentro, lo que nos han contado los mallorquines sobre su isla, sobre su sentir, sobre aquello que sueñan, aquello que proyectan y también aquello que les preocupa. Ha sido un ejercicio realmente extraordinario que está ongoing, que sigue, que no ha acabado y que nos ha permitido, como digo, escuchar, entender y comprender a prácticamente una representación de casi toda, por no decir toda, la sociedad mallorquina. Prácticamente hemos podido hablar y escuchar todo tipo de visiones, sensibilidades, no solamente desde un punto de vista de edad, de origen, de lo que ustedes se imaginen, hemos estado con ellos. Y dentro de esta escucha importante, lo que nos ha sorprendido muy gratamente es confirmar el grado de comunión que existe en la isla respecto de este paraíso llamado Mallorca. Porque Mallorca es realmente un tesoro no solamente geográfico, no solamente paisajístico, no solamente cultural, no solamente con una comunidad de personas apasionada, comprometida, con este sentido de pertenencia brutal, con esta historia, esta gastronomía, estas fiestas, sino que en definitiva es la combinación de todo esto lo que hace a Mallorca un lugar tan especial, no solamente para vivir, sino también para ser visitado, pero no de cualquier manera, desde el respeto, desde la convivencia y también desde la responsabilidad y la ética. Es en este contexto que Mallorca, habiendo sido y sigue siendo líder en modelos turísticos de vanguardia, se replantea, porque se plantea reaprender la forma en que construimos valor, no solamente sostenible desde lo medioambiental, lo social y lo económico, sino también cómo podemos ser cada vez más trascendentes en un sentido de compromiso y coexistencia cada vez más sostenible en el tiempo. Y de esta manera, si podemos recuperar nuestra esencia, entender que hoy no hay residentes y turistas o visitantes o viajeros, sino que hay residentes temporales y residentes permanentes que buscan, ambicionan una convivencia mucho más armónica, mucho más respetuosa, que no solamente proteja este tesoro maravilloso que es Mallorca y su gente, sino que también pueda resguardarlo para que las próximas generaciones puedan disfrutarlo con la misma intensidad y con mayor compromiso, si cabe. A lo largo de todos estos meses hemos estado escuchando con mucha atención, con mucha empatía a diferentes representantes de la sociedad civil, económica, cultural, académica, y estamos siguiendo en ese proceso que no solo no ha terminado, sino que continúa, para poder decodificar si es que existe este ADN mallorquín, y ya me adelanto y les confirmo que sí existe. Y es realmente un ADN maravilloso, admirable, y que el nivel de amor que la gente de Mallorca siente por su isla y por su gente es realmente conmovedor y entrañable. La escucha, así como el aprendizaje y la comprensión, son pilares para nosotros fundamentales, porque si uno no escucha primero hacia adentro, no puede proyectar nada hacia afuera. Y todo proyecto de construcción, de evolución o de desarrollo de una marca destino tiene que contemplar indudablemente lo que es las sensibilidades de los ciudadanos, de los residentes permanentes. Es, en definitiva, la proyección de esta esencia y de este ADN lo que nos ayuda, lo que nos va a ayudar, lo que nos está ayudando a cómo expresar en el futuro esta marca, esta identidad, esta personalidad, este ADN, como decía, que no es otra cosa que la proyección o el espejo de los propios mallorquines. Es en este contexto que les comparto a partir de ahora mismo algunos de los insights, algunos de los elementos más destacados de decenas y decenas de entrevistas. Hay horas y horas de grabación que iremos mostrando y compartiendo más adelante. Ahora mismo nos vamos a concentrar en algunos de los resultados más destacados que tienen mucho o todo que ver con esta semana de turismo responsable y también que tiene mucho que ver con esta Sustainable Destinations Summit, porque al final es imposible desarrollar un destino sostenible si el componente social y económico no está incorporado o sumado al medioambiental. Entonces, sin más dilaciones, las 5 cosas más valoradas de Mallorca por los mallorquines. Yo antes de mostrarles los resultados, los invito a todos ustedes a que traten de pensar durante unos segundos cuáles creen que son las 5 cosas más valoradas de Mallorca por los propios mallorquines. Seguramente tengamos un alto nivel de coincidencia, ¿sí? Estas son, de entre todas las entrevistas, las 5 más destacadas. No significa que sean las únicas, hay muchísimas más. De hecho, como decía antes, el amor por Mallorca, por su tierra, por su gente es increíble. Pero entre las 5 cosas más destacadas de Mallorca por los mallorquines, destacan estas 5 que ustedes están viendo ahora mismo en pantalla. Estas son las 5 más destacadas, son las 5 que lideran un listado verdaderamente mucho, mucho más grande. A partir de aquí, continuando, hemos recogido también algunos verbatims, algunos testimonios que validan cada uno de los insights que hemos estado evaluando también y pasando en un análisis profundo con inteligencia artificial para que nos pueda ayudar a contribuir o complementar, es la palabra más adecuada, a aquello que hemos analizado nosotros desde una perspectiva más humana. El siguiente punto que me gustaría que piensen por un momento es cuáles son los conceptos que definen mejor a Mallorca, cuáles son los conceptos que definen mejor a nuestra isla, e insisto, estos son los más destacados, no significa que sean los únicos, sino que son aquellos que están con mayores niveles de coincidencia entre todos los que han participado. Les doy también unos segunditos para que los piensen y enseguida les desvelo la incógnita. ¿Listos? Vamos ahí. Bien, los conceptos más destacados que definen a Mallorca y un matiz muy importante. Estos son el resumen de los más destacados. Hay muchísimos más, pero es interesante cuando analizamos los resultados ver la comunión, la combinación, la complementariedad y también la profundidad holística en la que esta convivencia no solamente se ambiciona entre residentes permanentes y residentes que nos visitan por un tiempo determinado, sino también nuestra integración con el medio ambiente, con nuestra historia, con nuestra cultura, con nuestro clima, con nuestro estilo de vida, con nuestra forma de ser. Todos aspectos inspiradores, por supuesto, y que son el resultado de la opinión y la mirada y la visión de todos los entrevistados. Siguiendo adelante, también hemos incorporado más verbatims, hemos incorporado también más testimonios de entre, como digo, cientos y cientos de horas de testimonio que me gustaría hacer un pequeño paréntesis para agradecer públicamente a todos y cada uno de los participantes, tanto de los que han dado su opinión, como los que han coordinado, los que están produciendo, los que nos están acompañando, los que están trasladando la información en insights y luego todo esto en planes. O sea que la verdad que muchas gracias a todos. El siguiente apartado es esta pregunta que les hicimos a todos, ¿no? La pregunta era, si yo te digo Mallorca, ¿qué es lo primero que se te viene a la cabeza en una palabra? Si te digo la palabra Mallorca, ¿qué es lo primero que se te viene a la mente en una sola palabra? Y la respuesta de todos los participantes, de los y las participantes, cuando les dijimos Mallorca en una palabra así, prácticamente sin pensar en segundos, la respuesta no fue otra que esta. Y este es el resumen de las respuestas, en donde prácticamente se condensa y como van viendo, se va construyendo este recorrido, se va construyendo este tejido, esta unión, este hilo que conecta todos los aspectos de una manera súper interesante, porque cada uno de los apartados está retroalimentando al siguiente y viceversa. Con lo cual, en definitiva, la propia coherencia que uno trata de encontrar, aquí se va dando de manera natural. E insisto en un aspecto importante, la representación de la sociedad mallorquina con la cual hemos hablado, escuchado, dialogado, es súper variopinta. Y esto es, al final, lo que nos puede dar una mirada bien amplia, bien ensanchada de lo que esta visión presente y futura representa. Con lo cual, no es que hemos hablado solamente con un perfil de mallorquín, sino que hemos intentado, y creo que lo hemos logrado, hablar con un abanico lo más ancho posible en todos los ámbitos, y lo emocionante y lo destacable que ustedes están apreciando es estos niveles de convergencia. La siguiente pregunta que les compartimos hoy es, ¿qué hace a Mallorca maravillosa para vivir? Entonces acá los invito también durante unos segundos a que piensen durante pocos segundos. Aquellos que viven en Mallorca, seguro que la respuesta se les viene inmediatamente a la cabeza. Aquellos que son residentes temporales, seguro que también tienen muy claro qué es lo que hace a Mallorca maravillosa para vivir. Y la respuesta no es otra que esta. E insisto con este concepto, estas son las respuestas convergentes más destacadas. Hay más respuestas, hay más argumentos, hay más insights, pero la calidad de vida pica en punta por razones obvias y evidentes, y es importante destacar el nivel de convergencia que existe entre prácticamente todos los entrevistados. También emergen algunos otros aspectos importantes, pero que todos redundan alrededor de una columna vertebral que es transversal y común y que conecta esencialmente a todas las personas que viven en Mallorca, y lo cual lo hace súper especial, ¿no? Como destino, como lugar y como espacio. También preguntamos respecto del futuro en términos de nuevas oportunidades o oportunidades para Mallorca y para los mallorquines, en donde las están mapeando, porque una de las cosas que queremos destacar es que estamos en un contexto donde se habla mucho de los problemas, y está muy bien, para poder solucionar un problema hay que hablar de ellos, pero también hay muchas realidades muy positivas, y no solamente hay que enfocarse en los problemas, que también, sino también poner foco en las oportunidades. Y dentro de las oportunidades para Mallorca, aquellas que destacan, como pueden apreciar en pantalla, tiene que ver con este desarrollo sostenible, con una diversificación del turismo, con un incremento o una mejora o una evolución en la colaboración público-privada, más innovación y más tecnología. Y también se habló en la mañana de ayer de formación, y es importante destacar la importancia de la formación, más que retención del talento, quizás la fidelización del talento, y también que muchos encuentren en el turismo también una forma de vida, que indudablemente a partir de poder generar un atractivo adicional, podemos incorporar también a los jóvenes a este modelo de crecimiento y desarrollo sostenible, y que también entiendan lo que significa poder vivir en el turismo, con el turismo, y crecer junto a él de una manera fantástica. Por otro lado, también hemos preguntado, como no podía ser de otra manera, cuáles eran las amenazas que podía haber en el horizonte y las cuales no debíamos ni podíamos ignorar. Y probablemente si yo les digo ahora a ustedes que piensen cuáles son las amenazas para Mallorca, es altamente probable que ustedes estén pensando en las mismas que les voy a mostrar ahora en pantalla, y no son otras que las que seguramente estaban pensando, ¿no? El tema de la masificación, el peligro o la amenaza potencial de la pérdida de la identidad cultural, el impacto ambiental y temas asociados a la seguridad. Todos temas que, por supuesto, están recogidos en la agenda, que, por supuesto, no solamente no son ignorados, sino que están tenidos en cuenta, y que, por supuesto, en cada uno de los diferentes ámbitos que corresponde, se están tomando medidas pertinentes. Siguiendo hacia adelante, también preguntamos acerca de las perspectivas sobre el turismo, por dónde creen, por dónde visualizan, por dónde identifican que el turismo va a seguir creciendo o evolucionando, y el impacto que esto puede tener. Y estos son los 6 puntos más destacados de muchísimos más. Perdonen la redundancia, pero quiero incidir en esto. Hay un conocimiento muy profundo, hay un amor muy intenso por Canostra, ¿no? por nuestra casa, por nuestra isla, por nuestra gente, y es maravilloso haber podido disfrutar de estas entrevistas y no solamente haber podido entender más y comprender más, sino también poder emocionarse con el amor que hay por Mallorca y por su gente. Es una cosa realmente admirable y contagiosa y bellísima. Siguiendo adelante, también se identificaron áreas para mejorar, y dentro de las áreas de mejora, como pueden ustedes observar, encontramos el tema de la sobrecarga y la saturación, nuevamente el tema del impacto ambiental, por supuesto la convivencia, que es un aspecto clave, un pilar fundamental, el tema de la identidad local. Es curioso, ¿no? Porque la identidad local es una identidad muy fuerte, muy definida, muy inspiradora, pero está puesta como una cosa que hay que tener en cuenta para que no se nos vaya de las manos, y no creo que vaya a suceder para nada. Por supuesto que no podemos ignorar a la competencia. Vivimos en un entorno altamente competitivo. Todas las marcas del mundo están compitiendo ahora mismo por las mismas 4 cosas, y no hablo solamente de marcas destino o de marcas en particular, sino de marcas en general. Todas las marcas de todas las actividades, de todas las industrias, de todos los sectores, están peleando por el tiempo de las personas, están peleando por la atención de las personas, están peleando por el afecto o el cariño de las personas, y también están peleando, por supuesto, por el dinero de las personas, porque en definitiva lo que estamos construyendo son relaciones, o ambicionamos construir relaciones más significativas, más profundas, y no estamos en la búsqueda de transacciones, sino que estamos en la búsqueda de relaciones genuinas, auténticas, honestas, éticas, responsables, en donde la convivencia sea cada vez un aspecto relevante. Entonces, en relación a la competencia, tenemos que tener mucha atención sobre lo que está sucediendo. Es verdad que Mallorca es un destino líder, que no tiene un problema de demanda, por el contrario, pero esto no significa que por ser líder haya que dormirse en los laureles, sino todo lo contrario. Las marcas líderes siempre están viendo cómo mejorar, cómo evolucionar, cómo desaprender para volver a aprender, cómo seguir mejorando, y en este caso, además, y profundamente, conectando desde adentro hacia afuera, en una mirada muy distinta a lo que hacen la mayoría de destinos, en donde se enfocan solamente en la promoción exterior y se olvidan de lo interior, que es donde realmente están la mayoría de las respuestas, y también ese ADN. Ahora bien, si yo les pregunto a ustedes ahora, de entre todos los entrevistados, ¿qué porcentaje de puntos convergentes creen que ha habido? ¿Un 10%, un 30%, un 50%, un 70% o más? ¿Cuánto creen que es el punto de convergencia que tienen la mayoría de estos entrevistados? Desde, como digo, toda la representación, o casi toda la representación de la sociedad mallorquina. Pues sin más dilación, voy a pasar a esto que realmente marca una esperanza en relación a lo que venimos hablando hace ya un año y pico, que tiene que ver con la convivencia, el respeto y la responsabilidad y la ética. ¿Sí? Tenemos unos niveles de convergencia brutales, altísimos en relación a todos estos aspectos, y en el análisis, como ustedes ven, es cualitativo puro y duro, pero en el análisis cuantitativo de las respuestas, prácticamente el 85% de todos y de todas las entrevistadas y entrevistados tienen esos puntos convergentes comunes. Acá daba exactamente igual si tenías más años o menos años, si habías nacido en Mallorca o te has venido a vivir a Mallorca, si habías ido al exterior y luego habías vuelto, si trabajas en un ámbito o en otro. Es increíble, 85% de convergencia. Es un número altísimo, es un número que no solamente contrasta y confirma la mirada sobre Mallorca y sobre este ADN mallorquín, sino que es un número que nos llena de esperanzas respecto de los próximos capítulos de esta apasionante historia de éxito rotundo que tiene la isla de Mallorca y su gente. Entre las conclusiones más destacadas hemos apretado un resumen para la presentación de hoy y que voy a compartir a continuación, ¿sí? Por supuesto, y aunque peque de redundante, todos destacan la calidad de vida excepcional, el clima mediterráneo, la belleza natural, también la rica oferta gastronómica y cultural que hacen de Mallorca este lugar no solamente deseable para vivir, sino también para visitar. Es un amor con el que cada uno habla de su casa, de su paraíso, de su isla, que es entrañable. Por otro lado, todos, o la grandísima mayoría, expresa este compromiso sincero y genuino con la preservación de la identidad cultural y del espacio medioambiental, que no va en contra de reconocer también la importancia económica la importancia del turismo y su impacto económico en la sociedad, en su crecimiento y su desarrollo. En otro orden de cosas, este último punto se refuerza en el sentido de que el turismo se sigue viendo, se sigue asumiendo y se sigue respetando como el pilar principal de la economía de Mallorca, entendiendo que esta transformación económica de desarrollo y de crecimiento de las últimas décadas también puede sufrir mejoras y evoluciones para que el turismo pueda vivirse de manera más sostenible, respetuosa, responsable, y que el impacto en esta calidad de vida y en este estilo de vida no vaya en detrimento de aquellos que dan, como digo, sentimiento a Mallorca. En resumen, todas las entrevistas, o si no digo todas las entrevistas, digo la enormísima mayoría, reflejan este profundo amor, este profundo respeto, esta inspiración hacia su isla y su gente. Por supuesto que hay inquietudes respecto de cómo buscar algo más equilibrado, más balanceado, más respetuoso, para cuidar esta belleza y este bienestar que se han ganado y que disfrutan día a día. También han hablado mucho de que no hay una Mallorca, sino muchas Mallorcas, y que también esto es un aspecto importante, que queda mucha Mallorca por vivir y por descubrir. Y en este contexto quiero darle enhorabuena también a la Fundación, a la Consejería, al Consell de Mallorca, por haber enfocado y haber iniciado este proceso de adentro hacia afuera, escuchando a su gente, a sus ciudadanos, enfocándose en la transparencia y la autenticidad de buscar que el turismo responsable no sea un relato o un discurso, sino una guía accionable para preservar esta identidad cultural, estos valores locales, y preservar nuestra esencia de cara al futuro, construyendo un legado a partir de una herencia que estamos usando no como sofá, sino como trampolín. Un pasado que nos inspira, un pasado sobre el cual respetamos y admiramos muchos de los logros, de los objetivos y de las conquistas logradas, sabiendo que todavía quedan cosas por hacer. El pledge de turismo responsable de Mallorca ya lleva más de un año de vida. Es realmente inspirador que esta declaración de principios y de intenciones esté cada día recibiendo el endoso y la admiración y el respeto de stakeholders en todos los ámbitos, y también seguir este camino profundo y de convicción sobre cómo posicionar a Mallorca como un destino responsable, donde la conciencia despierta de cómo podemos preservar y cuidar el medio ambiente, no deje al costado también los componentes económico y sobre todo social, y poder plantear los desafíos como oportunidades. El equipo ha entendido que podíamos recorrer este camino con dos tipos de mindset, de mentalidades. Encontrar un problema en cada oportunidad o encontrar una oportunidad en cada problema. Y estamos encontrando oportunidades, estamos trabajando con mucha pasión, con mucha disciplina, con mucha coherencia, con mucho amor y también con todo este compromiso y esta contribución de toda la sociedad que hace que el proyecto no sea de unos o de otros, sino que este proyecto sea de todos. Y creo que ahí radica la verdadera fortaleza de la involucración de la sociedad, en poder ser parte de que este ADN mallorquín pueda expresarse y al mismo tiempo orientar a todos aquellos que vamos a estar colaborando o que estamos colaborando en este desarrollo de Marca Mallorca, en tener un horizonte común, tener un horizonte compartido, tener una brújula que nos diga a todos hacia dónde ir y de qué manera ir, y saber que solamente vamos a poder crecer, evolucionar, progresar juntos, no unos u otros, sino todos. Y así estoy convencido y estoy persuadido que vamos a poder transformar y evolucionar este turismo, mejorando este aspecto más respetuoso en el cual se terminen beneficiando todos, no unos u otros, sino todos. En definitiva, esto tiene que ver con la convivencia, esto tiene que ver con esta diversidad de voces que al final del día enriquecen también una mirada con sensibilidades y con matices, pero que terminan convergiendo en este compromiso y en este amor común por la isla y por su gente. Y ustedes estarán ya hartos de escucharme repetir lo mismo, pero verdaderamente necesito destacar que prácticamente más allá de los matices y más allá de las pequeñas diferencias que puedan existir, que es bueno y sano que existan, el 95% de las personas convergen en este amor por Mallorca y por este compromiso para tener un futuro mejor, más sostenible y más responsable. Hablo de un 95%. Esto es un número impresionante. No sé si hay muchos destinos en el mundo que puedan llegar a este nivel de alineamiento tan alto y tan potente, que verdaderamente es espectacular y que en definitiva es la mirada y la visión compartida. Para terminar, y antes de despedirme, agradeciéndoles por vuestro tiempo y vuestra atención, que verdaderamente apreciamos todos muchísimo, entre toda la información cualitativa, me gustaría cerrar también con unos datos porque al final los datos nos ayudan también a dimensionar de otra manera. Y fíjense todos aquellos aspectos que unen a los mallorquines que hemos entrevistado y escuchado y con los cuales hemos tenido esta oportunidad enorme de dialogar y de aprender. Y antes de terminar también quiero volver a incidir en este agradecimiento a la participación de todos y cada uno de contribuir a delinear esta esencia mallorquina de cara a un futuro muy esperanzador y muy ilusionante. El 95% de todos los entrevistados afirma que la importancia del turismo para la economía es clave. 95, que también es un número casi 100. El 90% coincide, por supuesto, en el tema de la calidad de vida y que es un aspecto súper diferenciador y esencial para Mallorca y que también hay que cuidar y proteger. El 85% destaca la sostenibilidad y el turismo responsable como horizontes hacia los cuales hay que ir preservando, hay que ir desandando, y orientando tanto políticas públicas como privadas. El 80% habla de la preservación cultural e histórica. Hay un amor, hay un compromiso, hay una conexión con esta identidad cultural e histórica que es fascinante e inspiradora, y aparte es muy inspirador también, aunque me repita la palabra, escuchar cómo cada uno cuenta su conexión emocional con la isla y con su gente. Y por supuesto también la hospitalidad como uno de los ámbitos más destacados. Casi todos los mallorquines empiezan diciendo que son muy introvertidos, pero que una vez tú los conoces, la relación cambia para siempre y ganas un amigo para toda la vida. Yo llevo más de 25 años yendo a Mallorca. El último año, por supuesto, he ido decenas de veces y puedo dar fe de la hospitalidad, del cariño, del orgullo, del sentido de pertenencia, del amor, de las ganas este abrazo físico y virtual que cada día se le da a esta isla, que no solamente no deja indiferente a nadie, sino que también hace que querramos que nos vengan a visitar, pero no de cualquier manera. Hemos preguntado a los entrevistados qué aspectos de Mallorca le diríamos a amigos o conocidos o personas en general para que nos vengan a visitar. Pero no de cualquier manera. Que nos vengan a visitar respetándonos, con educación, por supuesto con esta conciencia sostenible y en un marco de convivencia. Seguimos siendo hospitalarios, tenemos los brazos abiertos, nos gusta que nos visiten, no que nos invadan y sobre todo que nos respeten. Y una de las notas de color que recogí también es que el 100% de los mallorquines, ya sea por trabajo o por estudio o por amor o por necesidad, que se tuvo que ir al exterior, el 100% ha vuelto a su casa. Todos han extrañado y han querido volver a su casa. Para preservar esa casa hay una serie de aspectos que no solamente estamos mapeando e integrando en todo el trabajo que estamos haciendo, sino que tenemos todo el compromiso y la disponibilidad, así como también la conciencia despierta de que son aspectos innegociables de cara al futuro de nuestra isla. Este sentimiento que fui o intenté trasladar a lo largo de esta presentación, que como digo, hacemos pública por primera vez a todos vosotros, es este ADN mallorquín que constituye esta base sobre la cual estamos elaborando esta nueva guía, este nuevo desarrollo de Marca Mallorca, que no es otra cosa que un reflejo de todos estos deseos, sentimientos, compromisos, sueños, amores que transforman una realidad ideal en una realidad posible. Cuando a mí me preguntan qué opino del futuro del turismo de Mallorca y qué opino de lo que se está por venir, les digo, miren, por cómo se está trabajando, por el compromiso que se está haciendo, por la ética que se está vertiendo, por la responsabilidad que se está asumiendo, por la forma en que se está integrando a la sociedad, por la autenticidad con que se están desarrollando todos y cada uno de los pasos de este apasionante camino, les digo a todos y cada uno de los mallorquines que no tengan ninguna duda que desde este punto de vista lo mejor está por venir. Señoras, señores, ha sido un gusto compartir este proyecto, este work in progress que nos está dando muchísimas satisfacciones, nos está dando muchísima alegría, nos está ayudando muchísimo. Y antes de decirles adiós, en el marco de esta Mallorca Responsible Tourism Week y habiendo participado en el Third Sustainable Destination Summit, darle las gracias a todos ustedes por su atención, darle las gracias a todo el equipo del Consell de Mallorca, al equipo de turismo, de la Fundación, del Consejo, a todos y cada uno de sus miembros y por supuesto también a todos y cada uno de los ciudadanos que están aportando y contribuyendo de manera desinteresada desde el corazón. Porque hay una gran diferencia entre conocer una marca y sentirla. Cuando uno conoce una marca, eso deriva en un comportamiento, pero cuando uno siente una marca, eso deriva en un compromiso. Y aquí estamos hablando de compromiso y de responsabilidad. No tengo ninguna duda que para Mallorca lo mejor está por venir. Muchas gracias y hasta pronto.
Well, very encouraging words of Mr. Stelman with all those attributes for Mallorca, which I think that those of us who have been in the island know perfectly. They are on the list, and many more that he didn't write there, but I'm sure are also important. Now, we're moving along because we're on a crunch time. We're always, like yesterday, a little bit late, and we have some of the panel opponents that are going to be on a time frame here because they have to catch flights and so on. So we're going to move directly on to the next panel, which is a very essential panel because it's entitled Elements of Successful Frameworks for Action. The word says it all because frameworks for action are essential to drive sustainable tourism and making that transition realistic and a reality, basically. They provide stakeholders with certainty, pooled research. We've seen how data is very important, and today with artificial intelligence, we have a tool that will let us analyze, understand things much better, much faster. Comprehensive guidance and a robust networking opportunities. As such, they play a key role in catalyzing the significant impacts needed to make the tourism sector more sustainable and resilient. And to guide this next discussion, I'm honored to have on stage again, we had him yesterday with a very interesting exposition, Dirk Glasser, Director of Sustainable Tourism and Resilience at UN Tourism. Joining him in the panel will be Dr. Bettina Mene, Senior Policy Advisor, WHO Regional Office for Europe, Mr. Jorge Schonenberger, General Partner at Travel Tech 2 FCRE, Ms. Miriam Adame, who is a Specialist of Tourism Intelligence and Sustainability, and Mr. Bertomeu de Yacanals, who is the Vice President, Committee de Turismo de ICOMOS Internacional. Great panel, a lot of things to learn. Very excited to hear you. Please.
Thank you, Mario, for this moderation, and thank you all for still staying awake and stopping to consult your cell phones, because now you will learn a lot from this panel. What we thought of sharing with you were right now elements from totally different action frameworks which are determining their success. We all speak about actions, we all have over the action plans, we all require funding to implement the ideas we're exposing to you. You all have this same problem. So when we composed that panel, our thought was we select over here some of the examples which are successful from totally different spheres. And we asked our panelists what are the factors they see as catalytic, they see as elements of their success. And as you just heard from the introduction, we have here the World Health Organization, we have a very important investor, we have another framework here from the Sustainable Tourism Observatories, and then we have here a project which is very important and recognized in Mallorca, and the international experience related to your role, Tommy. So Dr. Bettina Mene starts from the perspective of a project which we are conducting jointly as a consequence of the pandemic, but Bettina is in the business for much longer. So she has a rich experience of what was working in the past and what is important to make these frameworks with partners where you speak not to yourself, where you speak to others, and you have to motivate them, you have to convince the donor that that is a project which will change more than just the lives of those being directly involved. Bettina, what are action frameworks and their successful factors from a WHO perspective?
Thanks very much, Dirk. I mean, you know, first of all, I needed to understand what is an action framework in your world, right? I think I now understood it, so I hope I will be making it right. Did any of you ever travel when you were not healthy? Hands up. Did any of you go to destinations where you knew you would not get emergency care immediately if an accident is happening, or the quality of the services, the healthcare services, would most likely not be able to cover your needs? Yes, I see a hand up. Okay. So, in essence, that's what we take care of. So, what do? We had the COVID-19, as you well know. I saw all your numbers and getting up again, right? So we had the COVID pandemic, and at that time I was coordinating COVID response in Albania, and then when I came back, I was asked to coordinate 12 small countries, so the ministers of health of 12 small countries, and the biggest issue we saw, it's Monaco, San Marino, Malta, Cyprus and so forth, so high destination, tourism destination countries. And what we saw, the huge drop of tourism had a huge effect on health. And you ask yourself, how can this be? Because it's an economic impact. No, it had a big impact on health because of the loss of productivity, the loss of income to the families, the closure of certain healthcare facilities, etc., which didn't allow the local residents actually to have the care they desired, and it had a knock-off effect in the years to come, particularly for chronic patients. Chronic patients means people with hypertension, persons with diabetes, persons which are having had some cardiovascular problems, etc., etc. So that's when I met UN Tourism. That was a great moment because we then discussed what do we need to do to support the destinations but also the tourists, and what can we do from a health perspective, and what can we do to cooperate better together. So we identified we discussed, we need to identify the major needs. We need to identify which are the lessons learned. What did we really learn? It was a huge moment for all of us. What are the major tools available, and what is the knowledge available we actually can share between each other? So we came up with the 3 C's: developing capacity, cooperation, communication. And that's where we are now. Now we are having 26 countries, nominated representatives from the health ministries and from the tourism ministries. And some countries we have both, health and tourism, which is the optimum. Great. And we are now working together on very specific topics. So one of the first topics we have, how are we prepared for the next emergency together? So that's the first topic we are having by the end of this year. Second topic, we will be looking more into health tourism. There was a request from some of our tourism ministries. But we are also looking into aspects you discussed yesterday. So how environmentally health-friendly, disability-friendly needs a destination to be in order to have it healthy, to attract the people, to keep us staying. It's quality of life, which we heard earlier. So, to conclude with a few issues, maybe, health in tourism. We also worked with our partners on what is health in tourism. So health is not merely the absence of disease. Yesterday, I only heard COVID, right? COVID is an infectious agent, and it led to a disease. But I didn't hear the word health, healthy, sustainable tourism destinations. Now, what does that mean? And this is now the last point I want to make, that from a hygienic point of view, you are hygienic. So clean water, clean air, clean food, no problems, no violence, security aspects reflected. You know this all. World Economic Forum has this labeling done on how these aspects are reflected in your countries. Employment and occupational health, you have the highest turnover of women, you have the highest turnover of people having short-term jobs, losing their jobs as soon as there is a big problem or some problem happening. Leaving no one behind is another aspect, so the equity dimension, so that all of us, we have access to the right without additional hardship in terms of financial hardship. The other issue I mentioned already is health embedded, the intersection of quality of health service, integrated health services. Then we have the whole environmental aspects. This is where we talked yesterday, air pollution. 450,000 people dying a year in the European region from air pollution, etc., etc. And the last point is the economic growth, which also being healthy, having a healthy destination, having healthy people in your destination with the healthy tourists is actually contributing to this too. And I stop here.
Bettina, thank you very much. I mean, 2 UN organizations here in the room speaking about very often programmatic activities, which we thematically launch, where we ask for action, a call for action, a pledge. These are very common instruments, and why we use the word action frameworks, we want to see those frameworks not just being talked about, but actually being moved ahead and being implemented. and that is why that is becoming a common generic term for those things which are in the public sphere existing, in the private spheres existing, and which are not existing for the purpose of driving that while there is funding available, but actually to drive it so significantly that the issue or the need for the action framework no longer exists. That is what we need in sustainability. We cannot discuss year after year the same issues. We need to eradicate some of the problems we see nowadays. We hope to have them in 5 to 10 years no longer as an issue on these panels. That is why action has to lead in the ideal case to the elimination of the problem and not of endless repetition and funding. And that is an idea which, Jorge, when we spoke about the way how you are performing your business, how you are actually looking at the world as an investor, when you are setting up the themes. Bettina before mentioned she's looking for the multipliers, she's looking for the people, the right institutions when she identified then the UN tourism back then, and that was a good identification, by the way. But when you are looking right now among those who are pitching for you, pitching for saying that is my idea, how I am resolving specific problems, you have to be much tougher, because in your particular case, it's not just the eradication of a problem. You actually want to see then that they are profitable, that they are resolving the problem in such a way that they are addressing over there a demand in the market. Tell us some lessons you learned from those things which are successful from the perspective, the lens, as somebody who's doing investments.
Well, first of all, thank you, Dirk, for the clarification of the title and your expectation related to framework, because it was not so clear for all of us what you were expecting from us. Thank you for this clarification. No? Bueno, bon dia a tothom. Gràcies al Consell per convidar-nos a la nostra empresa, que es diu Traveltech 2, y para estar aquí con todos vosotros, por estar aquí con todos vosotros. Y básicamente para entender un poco, I will combine Spanish with English because I think that there is simultaneous translation for the public. So, un poco qué es Traveltech 2. Nos hemos juntado 5 personas que venimos de la industria, 5 people coming from the industry. La mayoría de mis 5 socios, somos 5 socios, tenemos muchos años de experiencia en la industria, más en el ámbito privado que en el ámbito público, pero lógicamente con mucha relación con el ámbito público, porque para poder trabajar en esta industria tienes que trabajar muy cerca de las administraciones públicas, pero nos hemos juntado 5 directivos con un sesgo muy tecnológico, porque hay un socio que viene de Google, director general de Google en España y fundador de la parte de Travel. Hay 2 socios que vienen de Booking, uno con tenía responsabilidad mundial de innovación desde Ámsterdam para Booking.com. Otro socio, Leo, el italiano, que tenía responsabilidad en Booking de la parte de producto. Y luego nuestro mallorquín. En turismo tiene que haber un mallorquín siempre, que es Alex Gisbert, que es un apellido muy de aquí, me consta, que viene de empresarios hoteleros y que ha desarrollado su carrera turística también en la industria, empezando en Thomas Cook, luego Expedia, Opodo, fundó su propio negocio de viajes, etc., ¿no? Y yo, que vengo más del mundo del asesoramiento, como socio en Deloitte, 20 años, consejero delegado de Viajes de Corte Inglés 3, y ahora pues liderando esta iniciativa con mis 5 socios, ¿no? Entonces, nuestra tesis y el framework que tú estás comentando se concreta en un ecosistema que lo hemos llamado Traveltech VC, que tiene 3 componentes principales para afrontar y ayudar a dar respuesta a los retos que tiene la industria, nuestra industria de turismo, ¿no? Esos 3 componentes son, por una parte, una plataforma financiera de inversión, donde estamos levantando un fondo, el más grande europeo, para invertir en algo muy concreto que se llama Traveltech, ¿vale? Estamos levantando 50 millones de euros de fondos institucionales, básicamente de España, de Italia y de la Unión Europea, de la FEI. De los 50 millones, aproximadamente 30 a 35 millones vendrán de estas instituciones que van a invertir en nuestra plataforma, Venture Capital, y luego 15 millones desde el ámbito privado, grandes compañías del sector y luego ejecutivos de la industria, propietarios de negocios de tamaño intermedio, etc., ¿no? Entonces, Traveltech VC, ecosistema, 3 componentes principales: plataforma de inversión, plataforma de desarrollo, digamos, y de think tank con nuestra comunidad de inversores. Tenemos inversores de más de 15 países junto con los inversores institucionales. Tenemos bastante YPOers, que son empresarios, digamos, globales que tienen negocios propios relevantes. Y tenemos ejecutivos de la industria. Entonces, una segunda componente de una red de inversores muy cualificados y que tienen influencia y que pueden tener capacidad de influencia. Y luego un generador de contenidos, ¿no? Travel Tech Insights, para intentar ayudar a la industria a orientar hacia dónde va el mundo, hacia dónde va la industria y los retos, ¿no? Entonces, ¿dónde vamos? Empezando con el componente financiero, y ahí me voy a detener en esta primera cuestión, Dirk. ¿Dónde vamos a invertir estos 50 millones? Hemos identificado 16 retos que desde nuestro punto de vista tiene la industria. Esos 16 retos...
¿Habéis hablado con la industria o
sí,
cómo habéis conseguido eso?
Sí, we have an advisory board with more than 80 companies that are supporting us, that are driving us and helping on identifying those challenges and where we need to put our focus, our investment to cope and to support these challenges. So we have the advisory board. That's relevant, with very, very relevant global companies that today are working in the hotel industry, airlines, tour operators, and so on. So all to have an holistic view of the industry, ¿no? So hemos identificado esos 16 retos que básicamente se concentran en 3 ámbitos que son muy obvios, pero si nos vamos a la macro, nosotros pensamos que hay 5 cosas que esta industria tiene que resolver, ¿vale? Five very big themes that we need to address as society, ¿no? El primero es que el turismo, ya ha salido y es el foco de este evento, tiene que ser un turismo sostenible, ¿no? Tenemos la responsabilidad como ciudadanos del mundo de dejar un mundo mejor que el que hemos recibido. Entonces, el turismo tiene un alto impacto en el planeta y en la sociedad.
Entonces, Jorge, con esto se gana dinero.
Bueno, es lo que le decimos a nuestros inversores, es lo que nosotros mismos estamos haciendo, estamos invirtiendo los 5 socios también en esta plataforma y se gana dinero, pero se gana dinero que es como creo que hay que ganar dinero en la vida, ganar dinero, pero ayudando también a dejar algo mejor de lo que tú recibiste, ¿no? Al final el dinero es un vehículo y no es un fin en sí mismo, desde mi punto de vista, ¿no? Entonces, nuestra tesis es que hay 5 cosas muy relevantes: tener un turismo más sostenible, que deje un planeta mejor y una sociedad más equilibrada. Tenemos que hacer frente a la masificación. Más gente va a viajar y eso no va a parar. Cada vez más personas viajando y se concentran en destinos muy, muy concretos. En el mundo creo que hay el 20% de los destinos ocupan el 90% del tráfico aproximadamente de turistas. Por lo tanto, masificación. El tercero es la seguridad. Estamos en un mundo inseguro y lo va a ser más inseguro. Lo estamos viviendo. Tenemos varias guerras aquí al lado que son horribles. Y, por lo tanto, hay que ver cómo se puede combinar el turismo y la movilidad con la seguridad, safety. Luego tenemos el tema del talento, ¿no? Yo creo que es un sector donde hay escasez de talento, hay mucha demanda, mucho crecimiento y hay mucha necesidad de personas. Y también el talento requiere reskilling, ¿no? Hay reskilling, ¿no? Viene un montón de tecnología que hay que ver cómo la aplicamos al talento para poder dar un mejor servicio, ¿no? Y luego hay nuevos consumidores, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, vamos a invertir esos 50 millones en 10 compañías que tengan soluciones basadas en tecnología. Nuestra tesis es que la tecnología para estos retos tiene mucho que decir. Por lo tanto, nuestro foco es Travel Tech. Tech son compañías que tienen base tecnológica y que resuelven con su solución tecnológica estos retos de la industria, sea en el ámbito público o en el ámbito privado, ¿vale? Y vamos a acompañar a estas 10 compañías en los próximos 8 años para que tengan éxito. Con nuestra experiencia, aprendizaje de los 5 socios, con el dinero que vamos a manejar y estando cerca de los emprendedores para que tengan éxito, ¿no?
Jorge, what you just explained over there was an echo of many of the things we were saying here before. You just translated that into challenges for all those who wish to get closer to you, and then some of them are lucky and get funded. The next question I have for you, but I first move on with the other panelists, will then exactly try to focus. What are these criteria you are looking at that these people over there provide you a solution? Because that is what everybody here in the room is also trying to hear or to be enriched by. When these many ideas are presented, which of those ideas are you putting your money into
Right.
because you
Okay.
think that they will resolve the problems which you echoed here of yesterday's and today's discussion before? And that is your next one.
Right.
But I turn right now to Tomeo, to Tomeo Dojan. He was the spokesperson of the SERA and Tramatuna and vice president of the tourism committee of ICOMOS. Tomeo, when we spoke, you spoke about this initiative you have created and where you had a large impact, where you motivated other stakeholders, and where you feel right now that that became a catalytic initiative. Can you tell us some of the experience you had when you were setting that up, and where you would say right now, not speaking entirely about the initiative, but especially with that, what I just concluded with Jorge, what are these factors when people are making to you these suggestions, laying out the problems, the factors you are focusing on, where you say, look, that is right now catalytic. That enables us right now to move ahead, to solve the problems which many of the people here have.
Bueno, buenos días. Primero, mi agradecimiento por la invitación. I'm going to talk in English. I'm not used to these topics even in English, even though I am 100% Mallorquin. Well, I'm involved with heritage tourism, which I think the concept is important to allocate before going in depth in your question. So, to some extent, it seems that, well, we have seen many testimonies here in the presentation before. Some people think heritage or cultural tourism is very restricted to a very specific small segment. But in fact, it's much more expanded in all the tourist offer. And even sometimes that even we say the danger is that many tourists or visitors consume, and I use intentionally the word consume, cultural tourism even before being aware of that. And the first testimony are the thousands or millions of selfies that people make selfies with a nice monument, church, old town behind, and they don't give a clue about what is the object. Maybe they know the name at the most of them. So that's the introduction to our challenges. And as you said, framework and catalysis is about cooperation, as far as I understand, finding good solutions. So here also, the first step is to identify the stakeholders. We also always talk about the stakeholders, but maybe identifying them, we see which one have more or less importance. And because at the end of the day is what you mean, the cooperation. So in tourism, not in cultural tourism, I think in general in tourism, stakeholders, we identify 5 groups. Public sector, economic sector, which is more than tourism sector because economy is transversal, tourism is transversal in any economy. Then we have the host community. That's a very wide concept. I'm going to say some words in a moment. Then we have the doctrine has, you could discuss or not, academic or intellectual community as separated from the whole host. And then last, as the English say, but not least, tourists and visitors. Because sometimes we discuss many strategies and it seems we don't consider the tourist as another stakeholder. And sometimes, in the worst scenario, well, people treat, when we talk especially about overcrowding, people take tourists as objects or even sometimes animals. But I'm afraid, well, I recognize some animals sometimes behave better than some tourists. But in general, tourists are persons, minded. And even we should, because I've been involved in the promotion of Mallorca for many years, we must think tourists have no intention to damage the destination. They want to spend the best days of the year, in theory, I suppose, on the holidays. People work hard, so they deserve to have a nice holiday, a satisfactory holiday. And the host community here has the role in the framework to make it possible. Of course, mindering the defects of that in the overcrowding.
Mm-hmm. Tomeo, you sent right now the host community, you sent before those which are the most important. So what are the values? Is this a moral value? Is this a...
Well, this is linked what also Mr. Andy mentioned, and we use in heritage very often, the sense of belonging. At the end of the day, the sense of belonging, sentido de pertenencia. This is a concept linked to the host community. And in heritage, we use the word commons. Commons means to what extent a World Heritage site, who belongs. The UNESCO one is very clear. UNESCO, once declared a World Heritage site, the sense of belonging affects Patrimonio Mundial, affects all the humanity. Of course, in the private properties are private, but the sense of belonging affects all the humanity. So here the host community can claim some sense of belonging. You see?
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And right now with me I am Cecilia from Adame from Guanajuato, Mexico. Many of you who are familiar with the STO network from UN Tourism, you might have seen her before, but this is one of the observatories which has innovated quite a lot in the past and developed over there not just a focus based on evidence, but to connect over there to stakeholders to make that what we are really after. Destination management based on evidence, based on regular monitoring and a participatory approach through. These elements can be seen as an action framework, as we have seen so many others coming to Guanajuato to look at how you actually have done it. They took inspiration from over there. When they are coming, Miriam, what is the first thing they normally ask you?
Primero, gracias Dirk y todo el equipo de Mallorca por la invitación. Algo que sucedió en Guanajuato y que fue la base para comenzar a trabajar en el observatorio fue qué información se necesita para tomar decisiones en turismo, tanto la parte de gobierno como la parte empresarial. Hace muchos años, cuando empezó el Observatorio Turístico de Guanajuato, ya se tenía un poco de información, pero no era tanta información, no era la información suficiente para que el gobierno y las empresas pudieran tomar decisiones. Sin embargo, si yo les pregunto aquí, ¿qué información necesitamos para tomar decisiones? Al menos en este salón van a salir otras 20, 30, 50, 100 posibilidades de información o de necesidades de información. ¿Podemos atender todas? Tal vez sí, tal vez no. La pregunta número 1 es, 1, ¿qué información necesitamos? 2, ¿qué fuentes de información tenemos o qué información disponible tenemos? Sobre eso es sobre lo que empezamos precisamente a trabajar en Guanajuato y es creo que de las preguntas que normalmente todos los estados o todos los gobiernos hacen. De ahí, claro, podemos desarrollar montones de indicadores. Hemos encontrado muchos destinos que llegan a tener incluso más de 100 indicadores, pero también la realidad, al menos en México, es que no estamos acostumbrados a leer tanto y a entender qué es lo que nos quiere decir todos esos números o todos esos gráficos. Entonces, es bien importante y creo que por ahí es mucho de las preguntas que nos hacen es cómo empezar, qué indicadores tener, cómo generar esa información, pero particularmente cómo acercarla al sector para que le entienda y pueda tomar decisiones sobre eso. Y algo bien interesante es justo el poder trabajar de la mano con ellos. Por un lado ya sabemos que necesitan, por el otro también ya sabemos qué es la información que tenemos o que podemos generar, pero la parte más importante y más fina es poder acercarnos con ellos y trabajar juntos para que la entiendan. Algo muy puntual que hemos hecho es que de nada nos sirve tener tanta información si nadie la va a usar. Entonces, si nadie la va a usar.
Ajá.
La información es para que se use y si no la usan, pues no tiene caso que estemos trabajando tanto. Entonces, mucho de ese trabajo ha sido entender desde las diferentes partes justo eso, qué información se necesita, pero cómo la pueden aplicar. Y trabajamos muy de la mano con municipios, con algunas empresas para que se pudieran definir estrategias en competitividad, capacitación, qué productos turísticos nos está pidiendo el visitante que llega a nuestros destinos y que tenemos la posibilidad de desarrollar. Cuáles son las estrategias de publicidad, de promoción, de marketing que tenemos que desarrollar hacia los segmentos específicos que llegan a cada uno de los destinos. Y sobre eso, igual, o sea, ir trabajando siempre de la mano, qué necesidad tenemos desde el sector y que el visitante nos está diciendo, no me está gustando el servicio que me están dando tus empresas, y entonces trasladar ese resultado que ya tenemos identificado en el observatorio hacia una estrategia puntual de capacitación. Y vamos, es un poco de lo que hemos trabajado.
Miriam, what I heard right now from all of you, although you have a totally different angle, where finding the right multipliers, and then what I also heard from all of you, how important your own experience or the experience is to separate over there and to help prioritize from all these issues, the problems you are actually getting exposed to, or the opportunities to advance over there. And this element of experience, Bettina, I just want to bring that back to you because, well, you know, UN organizations are exposed to many of those elements. So in that very particular action framework we are right now working and cooperating with, how relevant is that to move ahead and to become relevant, to solve the problem, to implement, and to actually ultimately no longer become necessary, right?
So first of all, I didn't thank Dirk, yourself, and Mallorca and UN Tourism when I started, but getting to your question, it was a very, very important point, because how much effort you're putting into this is also depending on the likelihood of a positive outcome in the way you're saying you don't need it anymore. No? That's the essence of it.
As we want to solve the problem, right? Yeah. That is our objective.
So another network, so talking about my experience, so I was part of the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, convening lead also of the health chapter. What I learned there is without accurate evidence, really accurate evidence-based information, you're not able actually at the end of the day to lead a long-term process. I mean, you know how long this UNFCCC is running nowadays, etc. So, and you need to package that information in the way that policymakers do understand it. So that's one lesson learned. Another lesson learned is I'm also coordinating the Regions for Health network. Regions for Health are currently we have 42 regions from around 20 countries across the European region, so stretching from Turkmenistan to Portugal. That network is existing since 31 years. So what drives the network continuing? So you can say they were not successful because you still need it, right?
Maybe.
So in your action framework mentality, but for us, it's actually a success. And that means there is a need, and this need is not because of us. This need is because the people perceive the need of discussing together to find solutions together. Mm-hmm. So that's this engagement, this being together, which helps so much moving is on. And this is, we can capitalize on this in our joint coalition, and we can capitalize from the evidence we have in our networks from earlier work we have been engaged into. Last but not least, I mean, we have a huge amount of information on health-related aspects in our own organization, which we need to package to make it readily available to you. I think that more can be done in that.
So your argument is also an argument of positiveness, turning the challenge into an opportunity, and that brings us then immediately to Jorge.
Sí. ¿Dónde vamos a invertir? ¿No? Your question was, where are you going to invest those 50 million in those 10 companies? ¿No? Tenemos diferentes criterios. Uno, tiene que ser, bueno, la métrica un poco simple, pero es un KPI muy importante, que es que cada euro que nos dé un inversor le tenemos que dar por 2,7 veces en 8 años ese mismo euro por 2. Entonces, esto es una métrica muy clara, ¿vale? Entonces, o invertimos en empresas que van a aportar valor al mercado y, por lo tanto, a la sociedad, porque hoy si no aportas valor a la sociedad no tienes valor de mercado, es muy claro, ¿vale? Entonces, ¿cuáles serán esas 10 compañías? Primero, tienen que ser compañías que no sean PowerPoints, que ya sean una realidad en el mercado, que tengan un mínimo de ingresos. Eso es lo que se llama, no es capital semilla, seed capital es growth capital. Compañías que ya estén en el mercado, que tengan 1 o 2 clientes, estén facturando su solución. Por lo tanto, sean realidades. Segundo, que resuelvan uno de los 16 retos que hemos identificado que tiene la industria con concreción. Por lo tanto, que tengan una propuesta de valor que sea única y que resuelva total o parcialmente uno de los retos. Tercero, como son compañías con base tecnológica, que la plataforma que han desarrollado para dar respuesta y ayudar a las empresas a dar respuesta a ese reto sea una plataforma sólida. Por lo tanto, que sea integrable, que sea segura, que sea escalable, que sea eficiente, etc. Una plataforma tecnológica escalable para dar respuesta a ese reto de negocio. Luego, nosotros no queremos invertir en humo, en pelotazos, como hacen habitualmente las compañías con un eje básicamente financiero, sino queremos invertir en compañías que cuando nosotros nos vayamos en 8 años, sean compañías que puedan sobrevivir muchos años, ¿vale? Entonces, tenemos unos criterios de revisión muy exhaustivos de lo que llamamos los management system, que tienen que ver con la gestión del talento, con la cultura de empresa, con el modelo que tienen de relación con los stakeholders, etc., ¿no? Este es un tercer elemento muy importante. Y el cuarto, por esa promesa de creación de valor con nuestros inversores, tienen que ser empresas de elevadísimo crecimiento, que cada 18 meses puedan multiplicar por 3 su cifra de ingresos, ¿no? Y donde los 5 socios que vamos a tener a cargo, cada una de las 10 compañías tendrá 2 socios apoyándola con el día a día, que tengamos capacidad de tener un impacto relevante, ayudándoles en nosotros directamente y junto con nuestro advisory board, ¿no? Estos son los criterios de inversión. No sé si ahí está claro o...
Bastante claro.
Sí.
Bastante claro.
Pero,
what is important over here to identify the commonalities? That is what I'm after. Although these are completely different worlds, what you have in common, and then going into the generic elements of these commonalities, to in the end stimulate over here the advance of sustainability and resilience in destinations, because the challenges are different. You mentioned that all. Destinations have different contexts, and that is for us important. We cannot copy 100% what we just see. We need to understand the deeper driving, laying factors, which are the success factors. And that takes me right now to Tomeo. After we heard right now the element of experience multipliers. We heard right now efficiency, the word. We heard the importance of external communication and turning that and turning challenges into opportunities. What element is it you would see right now from your experience?
The tendencies we have been hearing before in the presentations, the tendencies from sustainable to responsible, and the next step to regenerative. Regenerative, to some extent, it may sound more philosophical, but I prepared some connections to say what would be the next steps in that way. So from linear growth-based approach to regenerative circular approach. Circular has been appearing common, and in Mallorca we can be very proud with Fundació Mallorca with very advanced in the circular economy in tourism. From vulnerability to resilience. Resilience is another word that is commonly used. We, well, as you know, to resist from difficulties, but we also use resilience to identify the threshold of what you should maintain for authenticity and what you can innovate. Especially in evolving World Heritage, you think about conservation of the goods. But sometimes, especially the best example with the Mallorca one, the Serra Tramuntana, is a cultural landscape. So the World Heritage is not static, historic, it's dynamic. It's what humans adapted the landscape to survive in an agricultural place. So if humans cannot survive, we have a problem, you see. So that's the resilience, is what we can innovate, because we deserve to live with modern standards whilst keeping, safeguarding the heritage. Then communities serving tourism to tourism serving communities. That has been treated also in the field. I want to congratulate the Director of Tourism for these innovations that I'm giving around the world with many governments in tourism and heritage. And again, Mallorca, I'm very proud to be Mallorquin because Mallorca is a pioneer. I'm sorry for other places, but we are a pioneer. So, well, and I am an independent person, so I speak only, I represent only myself. From top-down and exclusive governance to distribute and collaborative governance. And here comes the delicate issue. Growth-based success indicators to values-based success indicators. That business as usual in regenerative concepts is not compatible. This tendency in public and especially in private sectors to always push more profit, more growth, more growth, I'm afraid is not the point, you see? And then we have community disempowerment to community empowerment. So these are the tendencies. And my last, because I see the time is running, a phrase from an organization from United States, Destination Stewardship Center, I think will facilitate and make us understand something that maybe we are aware and we are not conscient. They say, tourism is not like other industries. Most tourism sells a product it neither owns nor manufactures, a place, the destination. Tourist companies facilitate the encounter between the visitor and the destination, the place and its people. Okay, well, maybe some people have a brand hotel and they don't care where they travel to go to that hotel. I think that's the only exception I can think. The other exceptions, the other cases are about what we have been showing here, also with Andy reflections about what can a destination offer.
Domenico, thank you very much. I want to take the opportunity to recognize here in the room that the Secretary of and Secretary of State for Tourism, Rosario Sanchez Grau, joined us here, as well as the Executive and Director of UN Tourism, Zorica Urosevic. So the messages are all heard, and we have to behave here on stage and to make a lot of sense out of what we are concluding here. Otherwise, the impressions they are taking out of this fantastic Mallorca discussion and everything we prepared for will be just twisted. But I think we are on the right track. And I have, Miriam, the last question for you right now. What to those success factors would you add after you have heard right now the international view from the WHO perspective, an investor's perspective, a successful project which started here in Mallorca and which is linking to the international world of e-commerce? What would you add as a factor which I'm missing so far?
Creo que el principal tema es trabajo conjunto y que tengamos bien claro cuál es el objetivo que tenemos en los destinos y cuáles son las necesidades y características que tenemos en cada uno. Ya lo decías bien.
But what is needed for collaboration? Because everybody, I heard everybody since the beginning speaking about collaboration, but it's you have to collaborate with me, right?
And me with you.
And okay, so but tell us your experience. What is it making working?
It's a difficult question. En Guanajuato creo que nos ayudó mucho entender puntualmente la necesidad que teníamos de que mejorara el turismo en Guanajuato. Mientras todos tengamos creo que ese foco específico de la necesidad y de que de otra manera no se podrá avanzar igual, es difícil que logremos hacer ese trabajo conjunto. La mayoría de las empresas u organizaciones, al menos en México, alguien por aquí me va a decir también en todo el mundo, pero la mayoría de las organizaciones estamos acostumbrados a trabajar para el beneficio particular y siempre enfocarnos en que lo mío es lo más importante y lo de ustedes también, pero no tanto. Entonces, el tema es entender, y es un trabajo de mucha sensibilización con gobierno, con la academia, con el sector privado, ya lo decía Bartolomeu, también con el visitante y con la comunidad local, de que para que el turismo avance, si no empujamos, si no jalamos, si no movemos todos juntos, siempre va a haber una pieza que nos va a poner el pie y va a hacer que tropecemos en el camino. Entonces, ese entendimiento es mucho la sensibilización con cada uno de los actores de la importancia de trabajar juntos y de siempre ir de la mano hacia adelante. Si uno se queda atrás, aunque 4 caminen, va a ser difícil que realmente podamos tener ese beneficio y sobre todo ese avance que estamos buscando. Entonces, es entender y trabajar en cada uno de los actores para saber y entender también cuál es la necesidad que cada uno de ellos tiene y en conjunto colaborar cuáles son esas metas que tenemos hacia el futuro. Entender, solamente para terminar, entender que en el caso de la medición no es únicamente tener la información plasmada en un portal, sino todo lo que hay detrás, todo el trabajo que hay detrás, pero también todo lo que se puede generar a través de esa información e, insisto, del uso de esos datos para la toma de decisiones de manera conjunta para hacer un mejor turismo para los destinos.
I have 1 minute, and I want right now to unveil the secret of this panel.
No, yo creo que hay un, I don't know what is the secret of this panel, but I have an angle that I would like to bring to the table. I think that is very relevant. ¿No? Yo creo que hay un tema que no hemos tocado. Estamos de acuerdo en el diagnóstico, dónde queremos llegar, estamos de acuerdo en los observatorios, tenemos un montón de datos, pero yo creo que en Europa, en España, y especialmente en Europa, para conseguir dar respuesta a todo esto que estamos hablando, hay una cosa que no estamos haciendo bien. Y creo que es muy importante que seamos conscientes, ¿no? Y lo dijo Mario Draghi en su informe recientemente, ¿no? Tenemos tres prioridades como Comunidad Europea, Unión Europea. Una tiene que ver con el emprendimiento y la innovación. Si no tenemos gente dispuesta a arriesgar su tiempo y su dinero en resolver estos retos, nadie lo va a hacer, porque al final el sector público no deja de alimentarse de los recursos generados en el sector privado. Entonces yo creo que uno de los retos que tenemos como sociedad en Europa es ayudar mucho más, y no solo con dinero, que ya se hace, sino culturalmente a apoyar el emprendimiento, la toma de riesgos y aplaudir a la gente que tiene éxito en el sentido de crear grandes corporaciones empresariales. Creo que hay un tremendo sesgo no hacerlo y creo que eso no ayuda a la innovación. Esa es mi opinión.
Vale, Jorge, pero hay un secreto y tú estabas haciendo muchas preguntas antes y ahora mismo quiero poner esto en contexto porque esto es fundamental para que nosotros ahora mismo, como concluimos en este panel, entendemos también el vínculo a los grandes retos. Al principio, la directora ejecutiva lo ha presentado, nosotros como UNO Turismo lo mencionamos en todos los foros internacionales como una de las primeras, el primer problema en el turismo. Todos nosotros tenemos en las políticas nacionales la sostenibilidad como prioridad, todos, sin excepción. Pero cuando nosotros analizamos las acciones, los instrumentos para de verdad llevar esto al final adelante, nosotros en los distintos campos vemos un déficit. Y esto lo hemos presentado al principio de todo esto aquí. Esto es que nos mueve enormemente. En este panel yo ahora mismo estaba recogiendo de experiencias completamente distintas los factores comunes. Y los factores comunes ahora mismo añadiendo y empezando con tu último punto, arriesgar. Pero hemos empezado de decir que necesitamos de buscar los multipliers adecuados, necesitamos experiencia. Necesitamos de ser eficiente, buscar los proyectos que sean eficientes. Hemos hablado de la colaboración, donde sabemos que necesitamos confianza en los actores y tener una meta, un lema externo que nos une. La comunicación externa, todo esto son elementos y convertir lo negativo en algo positivo, convirtiendo un problema en una opportunity. Hay un poco más, si quieren leerlo, como nosotros lo hemos estudiado en la UNO Turismo, hemos publicado un estudio sobre factores genéricos de proyectos de sostenibilidad globalmente. Esto se puede aplicar. Son parecidos, pero lo que hemos hecho aquí fue con ustedes descubrir esto con sus experiencias propias, no externamente diciéndoles, ¿están de acuerdo? Ustedes nos han contado de su experiencia personal cuáles son los factores que han llevado en la vida hasta este nivel de éxito. Y les agradecemos mucho que han compartido esto con nosotros, este experimento. Muchas gracias.
Foto. ¿Por dónde vamos? ¿Por ahí?
No, foto.
Foto.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Glasser and panelists. Very interesting, as usual, with all the information we're hearing during these 2 days of sustainable action. We're going to move into something that's really important too, and that is environmental data, because when we travel, we all like to see things nice and clean. No noise, no pollution, and environmental data is fundamental. So our next panel is actually entitled Managing Environmental Insights. As we work towards a more sustainable future, understanding and managing environmental data is becoming increasingly important. Sound data and environmental data, also referred to as eDNA, are just two examples of emerging sources of environmental information that are providing invaluable in the design and management of sustainable processes and products in destinations and businesses. And this panel is going to be a very diverse one. The session will be moderated by Ms. Sofia Gutierrez, who is the Deputy Director of Sustainable Tourism and Resilience at UN Tourism. She will be joined by Ms. Yeomans, who is Nicole Yeomans, who is head of the Infrastructure and Travel of eDNA Nature Metrics. Ms. Leslie Vella, they're all preparing themselves, Deputy CEO, Chief Officer, Strategic Development at Malta Tourism Authority, and Ms. Fiona McKenna, who is Atlantic Sustainable Tourism Observatory in Ireland. All of them are going to share with us something essential that has to do, as I said, with environmental data and how this data can help us obviously improve tourism and make it more sustainable. Please welcome them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mario. It's been a pleasure to have you. I have to say this. You are a wonderful master of ceremonies. Thank you so much, and also very knowledgeable. Thank you to all for being here. I know many of you must be tired, but we have been really looking forward to this panel on environmental management insight. As our executive director highlighted yesterday, we are working a lot also to cover the environmental dimension of sustainability. And one of those core aspects is, of course, the protection of biodiversity, because there is, as we have with the climate agenda, we also have a biodiversity agenda. We only have one planet. There is no plan B, and biodiversity is the most essential resource we have. And unfortunately, through actions like pollution, like deforestation, we are destroying our planet. So we are working hard through initiatives like the Nature Positive Tourism Partnership to reverse this situation, to give back to nature more than we are taking from. A statistic shows that out of the 8 million of species that the world have, including insects like the fly that was attending our conference, and I think that came back, all these animals, these species, are at a really high rate of extinction, almost 1 million out of the 8. Apart from that, it makes not only a moral sense, but also a strategic one, because 80% of the value of our industry relies on natural and healthy ecosystems. So it's really important for us that we invest into that direction and we look into new tools and technologies that can be used to track how we are doing on environmental aspects and how we can take proactive actions to take restoration activities, to take regenerative, that always have problems with that regeneration initiatives. And for that, last time when we went in Montreal at the CBD COP, where we launched that initiative that Soritza highlighted yesterday, the Nature Positive Tourism Partnership, for which we have here one of our partners, Glenn. Part of this initiative, within this whole framework, we had the pleasure also to meet Nature Metric Tourism, which is doing wonderful work on environmental DNA. And of course, we also have our wonderful panelists here that we would like to introduce first, because they have such extensive background that is very hard to memorize all that. You know, as you can see on the screen, Nicole is the lead for infrastructure, and the fly is back. The fly is back, which is part of our biodiversity, so we have to let her go. She has an extensive experience, bring expertise on marine molecular ecology. That sounds very exciting, and also policy, because many times we have only sciences on one side and policy on the other, but she actually has a background on both, and she's been working on biodiversity conservation within the travel sector as well. So she will present us what they are doing from this company regarding environmental DNA and help us to understand how the tourism sector can benefit from this kind of new tools and new technologies. We are also very fortunate to have with us Leslie Vela. Many of you are very familiar with him. He has over, I'm not telling you are all, but you have more than over 40 years of expertise. He's more than just a practitioner. He's a visionary leader that has contributed to the development of tourism in Malta. So we are very fortunate to have you today with us. And he's also been engaged in some new and interesting way of gathering data, satellite data, which we think it would be very important to reduce the environmental footprint of our sector. So we are delighted to have you with us today. And last but not least, we have Fiona, of course, from our observatory in Ireland. They are very much focused on participatory approaches, how to integrate all the different stakeholders in the destination to strengthen the sustainability in their area. And of course, we also wanted to have, apart from hearing, of course, from these new wonderful technologies, hearing how our observatories see these new technologies and the future application to strengthen the environmental management in the destination. To start this panel, and although we had discouraged our speakers from using PowerPoints, Nicole will use some slides because we believe it will be important to have this information, which can be very technical, and it will be a nice way also of setting the scene into the discussion on these technical issues. So Nicole, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Does it work?
Are we able to bring up the presentation?
Okay.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you for such a wonderful introduction as well. So I'll start with who we are at Nature Metrics. So we are a global leader in nature data and intelligence, and we're making biodiversity measurable using environmental DNA. We're really on a mission to provide accelerated, scalable solutions that can then accelerate finance into nature throughout the globe. So we're making biodiversity measurable using our environmental DNA technology, which it allows a scalable solution which can be rolled out across various biomes throughout the globe. We're working in over 100 different countries right now with over 600 different clients. You can see over here we've got a fantastic client base, including corporate clients, those within the travel sector, regulators, governments, so many different clients now, NGOs, and we have global reach and local expertise. So I think this is one of the most important slides for everybody to see, which is how environmental DNA and biodiversity monitoring works, because it sounds like magic. For me, it actually blew my mind when I first started to understand a little bit about environmental DNA and nature intelligence as well, really taking that holistic approach to monitoring biodiversity. So what you can see on the screen right now in point 1 is the fact that we're all shedding DNA as we move through our environment. So you and I around the room right now are leaving traces of skin and hair. Sounds wonderful. And it's the same for the natural environment as well. So as organisms move through their environment, they're shedding scales, they're leaving behind feces, urine, all that good stuff. And that's what we're looking for. So we can take a simple sample of water, sediment, soil, even air is something that we're working on right now, and capture those microscopic clues that are being left behind within the environment and convert it using our laboratory practices, where we then extract the DNA that's sent back within a tiny sample. Our filters actually fit in the palm of your hand, and they're super easy to use, and that's one of the most incredible things about the technology, is the fact that so many people can use it. We even had our founder go out with a group of school children, and they took samples in a local lake just to compare the results, just to demonstrate how easy it is and how you don't need to be a scientist to take a sample. So out in the field, you would take a simple sample, send it back to us, and then we would extract the DNA, amplify the DNA, and then we match it to a reference library where we're able to identify the species that are found within that sample. And for many, many years, it used to stop right there. We used to send an Excel spreadsheet and a report to our clients, usually scientists and academics. And that's great if you were a scientist and an academic, but we've been working really hard to convert that data into something that's meaningful and understandable for a wide range of audiences. So we've developed a suite of metrics that allow us to now understand ecosystem health, which you can then track very simply with a number that you can see over time. Is the biodiversity improving at this site, yes or no? And it allows us to gather simple insights that we then illustrate using our nature intelligence platform. We're also working on the nature intelligence aspect of it, which is this holistic approach to biodiversity monitoring, which will also incorporate satellite data and bioacoustics. This is a slide just to demonstrate some of the metrics that we are producing. So I'm a marine person, so it's very marine heavy. But we have metrics that include species richness that allows you to understand the diversity of species that were found within the location you were taking samples. Evolutionary diversity, and that's really important for understanding is an ecosystem healthy and functioning well. And we also assess all of our samples for threatened species, so IUCN Red List species, and invasive species as well. You can also use metrics within the marine environment that help understand things like, are there changes in fish of high commercial value, which is really important for engaging with local fishing communities as well. Understanding impacts to top predators, which usually indicate a healthy functioning ecosystem, as well as are there any changes in sensitive species too. As I said, I'm a marine person, but we do have a suite of metrics that help you assess terrestrial biomes as well, like bacterial to fungal ratios. We also have additional sediment pollution index, which allows you to understand polluted environments. And the reason that I put this slide in, which looks very complicated, is just basically to show that down here at the bottom, sorry, you can't see all of that, but down here at the bottom, these are the metrics that I just mentioned, and that's really showing you that the metrics at the site level, where you can then take these samples and understand at your site, you can ground truth that exact location, how they all ladder up and they meet the ever-growing global frameworks now, which we can use to demonstrate how you're meeting nature-positive targets or fit in with the global biodiversity framework. This is a project that's very close to my heart. This is one of my favorite projects. I'm very biased. We worked with MSC Cruises and MSC Foundation for a whole year to really understand if we could use this innovative approach to actually collect samples from cruise vessels to fill in ocean data gaps around the world. And we collaborated together we chose strategic locations around the world where biodiversity is rapidly changing. So we picked cruise vessels that were traveling around the Arctic. They went around Svalbard and Greenland and Iceland and all these incredible destinations. And we engaged with the crew for them to be able to take samples of the engine cooling water, which is a completely new approach and something that we were really proud of because it engaged the crew as well as those like within the sustainability team and the foundation to really get an understanding of the biodiversity that was present along the cruise routes. So we did a project that spanned 11 cruises over 3 vessels, and I think we actually, at the end, we found over 4,000 species, which is pretty mind-blowing considering they only took 1 sample every day along these strategic cruises that were identified. We found over 17 IUCN red list species, which is incredible, including 29 cetaceans, so whale and dolphin species, which is a priority for a lot of the cruise industry to understand are there potential for collisions and the migration and movement of these species. And one of the incredible things about using environmental DNA technology is it allows you to understand the whole tree of life. So we say from bacteria to blue whales. So we were able to take samples from the engine cooling water, and we got an understanding of the photosynthetic phytoplankton that was in the oceans at that time, all the way up to the majestic sperm whale. So it's pretty incredible that you can gather that data so simply. And we were able to then showcase the biodiversity that was present along the routes as well. So this is going to have a lasting impact in terms of guest engagement, as well as understanding the biodiversity that's present within our oceans. But I'll just demonstrate, hopefully I can get this video to work. I'll just demonstrate what the data actually looked like that we collected, because it's pretty mind-blowing. There we go. No. So this is our nature intelligence platform, and this is the way in which we display the data. So you can see here the points along the cruise journey that were shown on the screen just then. They're where the samples were taken, and all the incredible species that were found along the journey, we're able to bring it to life using this nature intelligence platform. And you can see that we have information about the life cycle of the species that were detected. It tells you the IUCN red list status, and you can identify what species were found within individual samples. So it's something that's truly engaging for a wide range of audiences, as well as being able to use the dashboard feature to track ecosystem health over time. So hopefully you can see that. But you might ask, so that all sounds great, but what's the impact? Why are you collecting this data? Well, we're actually, through a collaboration with the IUCN Red List, we're actually making this data available to them. So this would leave a lasting legacy of transparency and inform conservation decisions for years to come. So it's such an impactful project. And we also share that data with other impactful organizations too. Sorry, I'm having microphone issues. So we also have another project within the tourism sector where we were actually working with Exodus Travel. And this was a very citizen science focused project where they had a number of different expeditions around the world, and they wanted to take samples within rivers and also on land as well as at sea. During the various expeditions, I think they went to the Zambezi, they were in Egypt, Costa Rica, and they were able to identify endangered species along the way as well, like the Amazon river dolphin. And again, it's so engaging for guests to be able to collect that data and have this link to the environment that where they're at that moment. And again, it's contributing to research because we're able to share that data with the IUCN Red List to make impactful decisions for nature. And I just wanted to bring this project up as well, because this is a fantastic project where we were working with an organization in the Philippines that is protecting marine protected areas, and they were using this technology as a way to demonstrate some of their KPIs, which were to show increase in fish biodiversity as a way of showing the health of the restoration work that they've been doing, and to demonstrate, which links to a lot of the potential nature positive KPIs that you might be able to connect the data points with. So they were looking at increasing fish biodiversity and demonstrating that with the use of environmental DNA, this is an opportunity for them to show that they're meeting their KPIs, which would allow them to gather more investment over time. So it's a pretty amazing project. I think, again, we found some incredible data. We collected some incredible data. We found 600 different species. It was just like taking a dive on a coral reef. So it was also really impactful because it's allowing them to provide comprehensive baseline data that they can then track the restoration, the ecosystem recovery over time. So I think I'll stop there and hopefully.
Thank you very much, Nicole. This is very useful.
Thank you.
Maybe we can turn this a little bit. I think the importance of this, as Nicole has highlighted, is also the feasibility and the practicability. There is tools, if you cannot apply them, then what is the sense? We have to ensure that there is case studies in which this methodology has been used, and you could see what were the outputs of the application. There are more case studies, and we have more questions for Nicole, but now we want to ask Leslie to share with us the experience that he has with this satellite data for reducing the environmental footprint of the tourism sector. We understand that you have been working with a company, with Murmuration, the French company, which actually was awarded an ESA Rising Star accolade because of this innovative use of satellite data to reduce tourism environmental footprint. So we would like to hear from you how you have been involved with this. What is all this? Because it sounds interesting, but we want to see how this can be feasible. The fly again, that is part of biodiversity, so we cannot do anything about that. Please share with us your insights on how this could be beneficial for our destinations for a more sound and more comprehensive environmental management.
Thank you. Just a brief interlude to say thank you to our hosts for inviting me here, and thank you to UNWTO for giving me the opportunity to be here. We look at UNWTO and we look at Mallorca as two very important sources of inspiration when it comes to tourism. So it's great to be here. Good morning to you all. You mentioned our project with Murmuration. The two stimulants that led us to Murmuration, interestingly enough, were COVID and climate change. Through COVID and through climate change, we learned very clearly that tourism is not something that works on its own. Tourism impacts and is impacted by many other factors. So during that interlude of the nightmare of COVID, when tourism stopped and everybody was wondering when is it going to restart, when will it ever recover, etc., we started thinking beyond the traditional way of looking at tourism, of understanding tourism. And Murmuration was introduced to us, and they brought data, information, knowledge, visual, numeric, time frame information that comes from readily available satellite data to help us understand tourism, how it impacts and how it is impacted. And the technology today is good enough to make it possible even for a very small place like Malta to be adequately studied in the right resolution. I heard speakers comment about the small size of Mallorca. We are 10% the size of Mallorca. And so I come from a very, very small island country. We are 30 kilometers long. We have an airport runway which is 20% the length of the country. We have over 550,000 people and 3.6 million tourists and 1 million cruise passengers. So there's a lot of tourism activity which interacts with the community. Everything is overlapping. Through Murmuration, we started off by focusing on 3 elements: air, land, and sea. Land is under a lot of pressure because there's a high density. We have a density of 1,700 inhabitants per square kilometer, plus the tourists. land is infrastructure, land is built-up areas, land is agriculture, land is landscape. So we wanted to see land, and the variables which remuneration measure in terms of land is the density of the built-up environment and temperatures, and more importantly, vegetation health. Vegetation health, which has a strong correlation with rainfall. And we see that during the year, the strength of the chlorophyll as seen by the satellites changes, because like Mallorca here in the Mediterranean, we have a green off-peak and a very dry and burnt brown summer season. But what we are also seeing, for example, is that over a 15-year period, successive winters do not generate the dark green, which there used to be, which shows that plant health is suffering. Interestingly enough as well, for instance, one other indicator is that green areas in built-up areas look healthier than green areas in the outside areas, because green areas in the built-up areas are watered, whereas the countryside is left to itself. And if there is no rain, there's no way that it can be watered. So that's the land. When we look at the sea is obviously important to an island tourism destination. The sea surrounds us. We are very small. We're 30 kilometers long, 15 kilometers wide. And most of our visitors, whether they come in the summer or in the winter, expect the island dimension in their experience, whether they can swim in the sea or just be near it. And through murmuration, we receive information about the health of the sea temperature, salinity, turbidity of the sea, which could affect swimming, it could affect scuba diving industry, which is very important for us. Then there's the air in terms of air quality generated domestically through transport, through human activity on the island, but also we are in that very narrow stretch of the Mediterranean between Sicily and North Africa, where all the shipping that crosses from east to west Mediterranean and back passes. So we also notice a huge impact of particulate matter from shipping crossing the Mediterranean close to us. But there are other elements that influence particulate matter in the air, including Sahara-borne sand, which is becoming more and more prevalent. It used to be something that happens for 6 weeks around May, June. Now it's something that extends for a long time during the year. So with murmuration, that's the basic. The next step is how to take it forward, how to use it. We use it to extrapolate, we use it to understand, we use it to come up with scenarios, and also try to apply it to different types of tourism activity, which we undertake. How will rising temperatures affect outdoors tourism? How will differences in sea turbidity influence swimming and diving? How will sea level rise influence our small beaches, of which we have very little and we value a lot? How is the changing landscape going to influence the type of tourists that you attract in terms of the gastronomic experience, but also the landscape, etc. So this is an entirely new dimension which we have introduced, and I'll close by saying that originally we had a lot of doubts ourselves. We were traveling outside the normal comfort zone. We were going into areas where we were not meant to go. There were more capable authorities who were meant to be looking at these things. But through this, I think we are managing to demystify the science, that this is not something, this is not wizardry that scientists with white coats only can discuss and talk about. It is something that we need to be aware of, because ultimately, as I said, tourism, we have learned, particularly through COVID and through climate change, is something which has to be firmly integrated with a lot of other things rather than seen in isolation.
Thank you very much, Leslie. You have highlighted some very important aspects, and that's precisely why we decided to present this not new, but perhaps lesser known new technologies that are available for our destinations, for our observatories, perhaps in the future to use. And as she said, she presented so nicely. Of course, she has the background on biology, ecology, but I think it's very important that people know that this kind of methodologies and data exist and that they can make use of that. We will come to a second round of questions in which, of course, we will ask how much it will cost, because that is also very important to us in practical terms. But now we would like to hear from Fiona, as I said before, from the Observatory on Ireland. What would be your views on what you just heard, a little bit on your insights on how you see that? And I forgot to mention also that she has also studied the subject, so she's knowledgeable of the environmental DNA, and so she will be able to provide also some feedback from that side. But from the perspective of the observatories, how do you see these new technologies, these new tools for the future?
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you both. My background is in environmental science, so this makes me really excited.
Yeah.
I love the maps. I want to click into the sample point near Ireland. I want to check it, what was there. So my background is an academic. I studied at the Atlantic Technological University, and my new role is a Sustainable Destination Development Officer for Ireland. So very first role ever to be created in Ireland. Does anyone else have the role here? You're just looking at sustainability at a destination level? One? Yeah, good.
Nice.
Because if I was my boss's boss, maybe I would put this money into it and go hell for leather. Unfortunately, we're in an attention war. In my role, I will have to look at social, cultural, economic, and environmental insights. One of the big things that we've heard in the last couple of days is residents, communities. You have to be taking in what the issues are on the ground. Our number one, coming from our surveys, is transport. Do you focus your attention on environmental insights, or do you tackle transport? And that's what I will have to balance, and practicality, and how can we get things done? What is the cost?
Yes,
we all have tourism strategies. I'm going to create an action plan for the destination. However, there is a biodiversity action plan, there's a heritage action plan, climate action plan. So I guess from an observatory perspective, and also another big thing that has come from the last couple of days is collaboration. So in the observatory and in the destination, we now have the biodiversity officer, the heritage officer, the climate officer, and the National Parks and Wildlife Service. There's 40 people on the team. So where I can see some of these aspects being tied into an observatory is linking in with their targets within the parks, their kind of aspects that they need to work on. If the destination itself was to take it on, as I said, attention war is going on. So linking in really strong, having the biodiversity officer there, having the National Parks and Wildlife Service is essential. And that's the first team established in Ireland to actually talk around a table, meet quarterly, have minutes, discuss this. And we are the developed nation, very high GDP. So we're only getting to the table now. And you can imagine globally, worldwide, we have a lot of work to do. But I'm also hopeful, and I'm very excited by this.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Now back to you, Nicole. What I mentioned before, now we would like to hear from you. How do you see this enhancing the performance of tourism destination? And as I said before, what is the range and the cost efficiency of restoration projects? And what do you think are the lasting economic and operational benefits for tourism destinations?
I think to answer the first part of the question, I would say that I feel like there's a huge potential for this to support regenerative tourism as well, for you to be able to make data-driven decisions from data collected on the ground, which can be standardized and then rolled out across the various tourism sectors as well, and different operators and within their portfolios. So I think it allows us to make decisions on ways in which we can restore and enhance those ecosystems that tourism depends on so heavily, and also strengthen relationships with communities and guests, also with this kind of engaging technology that inspires people. I mean, we've even spoken about ways in which it can be incorporated into ocean literacy campaigns within some of the destinations and tour operators that we're working with. So it can really build and strengthen those bonds. So we talked about collaboration a lot, and I think this is a really engaging way to collaborate, is on sort of the tracking the success of regenerative tourism.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now it takes me also along the same lines, the question that we have for Leslie. After hearing this very interesting explanation you gave to us about the use of satellite for tracking, for monitoring, and ensuring that the sector is reducing environmental footprint, and based also on your extensive experience in our sector, what do you think is the role of converting this information into actually actionable intelligence for our sector to guide the environmental management of our sector?
Okay. Obviously, our origins as people who are practitioners in tourism, where that data used to be very limited. When I started, data was used for post-mortem because it reached you after the season was over. You couldn't do much during the season itself because you didn't know what was happening.
Yeah.
Today we have data which helps us understand the present and take action in the present, and also helps us to think about the future and create scenarios for the future. So I think the role of this wider set of data and the role of applying this data to decision making is a huge responsibility which needs to be taken forward, because we cannot complain anymore that we do not have information. We now have to make that next step of using that information in a practical way. Once we have demystified it, once we have made it available, once it is something that we can use, so that in the future, from now onwards, rather than the future as something distant, we increasingly take decisions which are guided and enlightened by the information we have at our disposal. Yeah. Because there is no excuse that we are groping in the dark because we have no information. Absolutely. There is a lot of information, and the more presentations, the more people you hear, the more you become impressed about how much information there is about everything.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Those are very inspiring words, and it is true. There is plenty of information. We just want to make sure, or have to ensure that this information is made available to our observatories, to our destinations. And going back to the observatories and to destination, to Fiona, now more based on your expertise, on your role also as a dedicated official for sustainability, how do you see this kind of technologies, environmental DNA, satellite use, supporting a nature-positive approach towards tourism? What is your insight on this?
I really liked this insight. I also think if we measure more, will we protect more? That's the question. I don't know if that's the case yet, but yeah, so I really like that. Yes. Nature positive. I think on the ground, a particular local level, there's some amazing kind of examples of this. I think it's important to remember why biodiversity and why nature is decreasing. Holistically, on the global level, it is climate change, it is habitat destruction, fragmentation, aspects like that. So everything that we've been talking about the last 2 days, carbon emissions, all of the rest of it, has to be worked on as if you were working in a small site and looking at kind of regenerative practices. The holistic aspect has to be taken into consideration always at destination. So more than likely has to be the focus. But I think tools like this can be useful. It's probably for tomorrow, maybe not for today, but I'm very excited. There has to be commitment. I think we have to get the basics right. If destinations are still struggling with water, waste, emissions, if I was to bring this to my boss, she would probably tell me to leave the room. So I think we need to be realistic. And but yeah, very, very excited at the same time. Big thing as well with information is enforcement. Something that we've seen in Ireland. If you have regulations, if you have rules, if you have measurement, How are you enforcing it? Do people have responsibilities, and are you actioning against it? That's also something to keep in mind.
Thank you very much, Fiona. We don't have much time, but I always like ending a panel with your thoughts on your vision. We met before Nicole. She was very excited about the vision for the future of tourism. So if you could say in a few words, what is your vision for the future of tourism on, your vision, your dreams, or how you would like to see the sector and how you will see yourself contributing to it, that would be great to hear.
Yeah, I always get really excited when I start to think about this. I mean, if we just take, for example, some of the cruise projects that we've been working on, if we're able to scale up the way in which cruise vessels and yachts and any sort of seagoing vessel to fill in ocean data gaps, like with the project with MSC Cruises, there's so much potential there, because we are then able to leave a lasting legacy of transparency and understanding our oceans, and really capitalizing on the fact that these vessels are going there on a daily basis, year after year after year. There is no study out there right now that has the potential to collect so much data. So they have a real opportunity, and also a real opportunity to engage with those on board the vessels as well, and create the future marine biologists as well, by inspiring them and having ocean literacy programs. But it doesn't just stop at our oceans. Like, we can see this as a whole landscape scale approach. Like, you can use this data to understand I've heard a lot about agriculture over the last few days, and how important that is for a healthy tourism sector. Like, you can use this to understand regenerative agriculture approaches. You can use it to understand wetland restoration. There's so many potentials in which we can get a real holistic understanding of the state of our ecosystems that tourism depends on so greatly, and really communicate that to the tourists themselves.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Leslie?
Okay, I'll just say a few words. I think I'm by my very nature, I'm an optimist, and I see that given humanity's adaptability, out of bad things, human beings eventually manage to devise good things to be able to move forward. We carry a huge responsibility in the world we live in, particularly because of climate change, habitat destruction, all these sort of things, and all caused by growing elements of human activity, amongst them tourism. Being an optimist, I have faith that tourism's approach towards sustainability, being environmental, be it social, etc., is moving in a good direction. It's moving in a good direction. I like to say that our objective at this point in time should be of converting the term sustainability from an adjective to a noun. For a very long time, sustainability has been used as an adjective to embellish a sentence, to embellish a statement. The politicians like to use it for anything. It's always sustainable. But now we need to progress and change the use of sustainability into a noun, into something that we actually integrate in symbiosis with everything we do, so that at the end of the day, this activity which we believe in and which we believe creates a lot of good worldwide, minimizes its impacts and continues to help humanity and help the planet in a way which minimizes its negatives.
Thank you very much, Leslie. Wise words. Fiona?
Okay, I'll finish off. From an observatory perspective, if tools like this on the ground could be useful, the method has to be efficient, cheaper, faster, and it has to align with global, national, local indicators. That's the only way it's going to work, and people on the ground, it has to align to strategies and targets and KPIs. Otherwise, it won't get funded and it won't get resourced. I'll leave you off with a quote. I thought it was quite nice. I read it today. Technology is neither a savior nor a villain. It's a tool. Exactly. It will amplify the purpose for which it is a part of, but it cannot substitute for moral and political will. So.
Absolutely. We totally agree. We want to thank you very much for your participation. We wanted to bring these kind of topics to your consideration because we believe that our sector, the tourism sector, has a very important role, taking the lead to create a change, to take action which is much needed to protect biodiversity as well as on climate change. And I think this kind of technologies, these new methodologies that are available and perhaps not much known, but are there, will be beneficial for our sector. And we invite all of you also to take a look at the presentation that will be available for all of you, and hopefully to benefit. We were very lucky to have this wonderful group of practitioners with us. We have contributed, they have highlighted the words that we have been listening along the few days that we have been here: collaboration, public-private partnership, the notion of sustainability on the 3 dimensions, the need to have the holistic approach, the need to make sustainability at the core of everything, because as we said before, as Leslie said, it shouldn't be an adjective, it should be the noun, it should be the core of our activities. We are very happy also to see that Mallorca is developing their vision, and also to see how the natural environment is important. It's actually number 2 in the list of the most important assets that this destination have. And as I said before, the fly is again with us, I guess, to conclude. Thank you very much. We are running out of time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Big warm of applause for our panelists.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Gutierrez and panelists. As we saw, the environment requires an urgency in terms of action. We have 17 sustainable goals that we try to meet and that we need to advance as quickly as possible, some of them very much related to what our panelists just discussed with some very interesting insights. Now, we're going to switch topics. We're going to policy, something essential to make this all happen. We're going to basically get into a discussion. The title of this one is going to be The Interplay of Effective National and Subnational Cooperation to Promote Sustainability. Now, as many of you may know, public policies play a critical role in supporting the many public goods on which the tourism sector relies. They are also critical in defining the roles and responsibilities that influence the effectiveness of sustainability policies, and particularly when it comes to accelerating the transition of tourism and ensuring development that benefits both tourists but also the local residents, as we've been discussing here during the last day and a half. This important discussion is going to be moderated by Cordula Wolmuter, Director of the Regional Department of Europe at UN Tourism. She will be joined by a series of panelists, diverse as usual. And I could tell you there's a lot of diversity because when it comes to pronounced names, I have to do an exercise here. You don't see me, but I actually check with everybody down there before I do, and I even screw up after, but I try to do my best. Ms. Teresa Solis, that's an easy one. Industry expert, hospitality and tourism development, Deloitte, Spanish, Latam, Mexico. Mr. Athnar Olafsson, Director of General Icelandic Touristic Board. Ms. Monica Klinger, she's the head of the International Tourism Affairs Department, Federal Ministry of Labor and Economy in Austria. And Ms. Ines Battle Erickson, President, Cala Millor Hotel Association and Coordinator, Life Adapt Cala Millor Project. All of them with some very interesting insights on public policy. So all yours.
Thank you so much, and good morning, good day, everybody. In this room, and a very warm welcome to the panelists. I have very exciting panelists with me today, very experienced and knowledgeable experts from the ground. The last 1.5 days we have discussed a lot about governance. So we decided to design one session where we talk a little bit about the interplay of effective national and subnational cooperation in order to advance sustainability on the ground, and we would love to hear from you on how you see this and what you think can work, because we have to look at this interplay from the national to the subnational level that touches upon all of us here. I wish to start with Teresa. Teresa Solis, you have been the subsecretary, undersecretary of Planning and Tourism Policy in Mexico for several years. You are now an industrial expert in Deloitte on tourism and regional planning. From your perspective and from your experience, how do you see this? What are your findings, your insights into this?
A little bit what I have learned along these years is, as Dirk presented a while ago, and first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's just great to be here. It is very important. We have really complex challenges in the sector, but also I think the key to solve those challenges is collaboration. And first of all, to recognize that tourism is actually one of the best leverages to create the right solutions. Somehow, the tourism industry is used to collaborating, to put together people from all over the place and the different disciplines, different profiles. So this idea of collaboration, usually the leadership at the national level, to this leadership corresponds creating the institutional arrangements and the frameworks that was mentioned a while ago for this collaboration to take place. We have seen in marketing, we have like branding projects, defining the values of the brand, the strategies, the priorities. In terms of statistics, also creating the right frameworks so we can connect with international standards and then be able to support each destination to build the statistics from the bottom up. As well, planning is key, and also collaborating with the planning authorities so we can have really a planning that takes into account tourism when this activity is important in the location. And in many other areas. We just heard about biodiversity. How can we incorporate biodiversity in our policies and really think in an integral way? So in that sense, once we have these frameworks, then we need to collaborate in a transversal way with teaming up with environmental authorities, urban planning, of course, in natural protected areas with the authorities in charge of this, social issues, and very much with the private sector, not only the large corporations, but also with small entrepreneurs and small businesses, and taking also into account that we have a technology opportunity, an opportunity to innovate through technology to make this very powerful. In that sense, I think that having that, to get that trust, we need strong independent institutions. In the case, for example, of Mexico, we have a very strong organization in charge of economic information, statistics, and geographical information. And teaming up with all these very specific organizations, we can improve and increase the professionalization of our sector at each of the local levels. And in each place, well, tourism is made locally. We need to create the experiences and look after the environment and the ecosystems and the social inclusion. And I was saying, sometimes we think we focus a little bit too much on the problems, and we forget, at least in Latin America, tourism has been a great solution for millions of people. Just as you are familiar with these migration flows from the developing world to the developed countries, we have a similar situation in Mexico. So we have very poor areas where people are in extreme poverty that have been able to migrate to certain successful destinations such as Cancun or the Mayan Riviera, to Los Cabos, to Puerto Vallarta and Riviera Nayarit, and they have been able to make a living there. But of course, this puts huge challenges to host communities. how can we guarantee not only that we have the private investments, the beautiful hotels that take advantage of our cultural and natural resources, but how can we provide a good quality of life to all these people? How can we tap into the talent of all these people and help us create the destination, the community that we want, where everybody is able to have a high quality of life, and we can really use this tourism activity to really support an authentic development. And that is the huge challenge.
Thank you very much, Teresa. So what I learned, or what we hear from you here, is that what we discussed in Dirk's panel, these action frameworks, which allow us to bring the stakeholders together, where we are guided by a certain framework in order to advance together in close collaboration with all the participants in one direction. So I think that is important, but of course then we have certain problems coming also along the way when we develop tourism in a sustainable manner. So, which brings us to Iceland. Thank you so much for joining us. It's really a pleasure having you, Arnar, with us here. Iceland is also an island that is also not very big. For you, the dimension of national, subnational is, of course, a smaller issue than we would have in Mexico, where we have 32 federal states, or also different to Austria. So how is this structured from the national to the subnational level in tourism? How is the governance structure there?
First of all, thank you for having me here. This is the second time I visit Mallorca. I absolutely love it. Being an avid cyclist, this is paradise for me. I was told where to go by my fellow cyclists, and they said, go to Mallorca. It's the Rolls Royce of cycling. So I've been here before, I love it, and I even extended my stay here for 2 days just to go to do some cycling. I find it interesting. There was some numbers said this morning about Mallorca and about Malta. I think Mallorca is only between 3 and 4% of the superficie of Iceland. And if I'm not wrong, we are 330 times larger than Malta, something like that. Iceland is 100,000 square kilometers. So small, yes, but yet big.
But big, yeah.
But the population, we only are just about 400,000 people, so one big family. I wouldn't say happy family, but one big family. Back to your question, how is this all done in our country? So I'm head of the Icelandic Tourist Board. So we are a little bit unusual from most tourist boards because we do not do marketing. Marketing is in the hands of Business Iceland, and they do marketing across the export industries, whether it's fishing, innovation, and tourism, which is the biggest part of what they do. So we don't do marketing. My background is in marketing. I missed it a little bit. Then we do the administration part. So if you want to apply as a company in Iceland to work as a travel organizer or day tour provider or a travel agency, you apply to the tourist board. And the third part, getting to your question, is development and local development. And we work a lot with the local DMOs. We have 7 DMOs around the country. And this is a system that was set up in 2015. And the DMOs are conditioned to have destination management plans. And these management plans, it's an ongoing process. They are sort of renewed every second year. And they are very sort of a lateral and horizontal approach. So they have meetings with the local people, with the local governments, and this setup has ensured a very good, I believe, discussion between different levels of people who have something to say about the matter. So this has created, and they create the attributes of the region, they find out the main magnets, and it has resulted in a very good discussion between the local governments and the people have a direct impact on what has been decided and where they aim in terms of tourism development. So in a few words, this is
the setup
how the setup is in Iceland.
Okay. Are there 7 DMOs that you have? linked to local governments that you have, or how is that?
Yes, they are all linked to the local government.
Okay.
And we oversee the project. We oversee the plans. And the DMOs are financed by us between 50 and 70%. And the rest comes from the companies in the area and the local governments.
Okay. Thank you for that. We will talk more about Iceland in a minute. Which brings me to Mrs. Monika Klinger. You are the head of the Department of International Tourism Affairs in the Ministry of Economy and Labor in Vienna, Government of Austria. It's a pleasure having you with us, Monika, today. How does that work in Austria? We have 9 federal states, and you're sitting in Vienna in the ministry. Can you explain this a little bit, how we do it in Austria? And how does that work?
Thank you, Cordula, and thank you very much for the invitation also to Mallorca and the great hospitality we are experiencing. Music, food, everything great. Thank you so much. So for Austria, also to have 2 facts, a little bit to set the scene. Austria is a small country, 9 million people, but 150 million overnight. So it's a very tourism-intensive country. We have 2 seasons, summer, winter. And what you said already, the structuring is that we have 9 federal provinces, and they are responsible for tourism legislation, but also executive competencies. So at the national level, we have the coordination role. The federal provinces also, with their laws, develop the DMO structures. So you can have very different structures. For example, in Tyrol, which is the most tourism-intensive region in the Alps, you have 34 DMOs. In Burgenland in the east, you have 3 DMOs. In Vienna Tourist Board this year, you have 1 DMO. So it's really very diverse, also with the DMOs. And at the national level, it's of course a big coordination role then for tourism, because as Leslie also said, tourism is not just tourism legislation, but we are influenced by so many different areas, and we have to think horizontally. And many laws on the national level, of course, affect tourism, which is first the enterprise laws, which is not like you said you apply in the tourism departments, but you apply in the general commercial department for your licenses. You have transport policies, you have environmental policies, you have so many issues, and not just on the national level, but also at the European level. So this horizontal coordination is, and having the voice for tourism, having the understanding for tourism, is a very, very important thing at the national level. The second point, and the fly is here.
Now it's your turn.
Fred is with me. You said the second point is, of course, guidance, and we heard a lot of strategies. So also, it's important for all of Austria that you have a national guidance, and our guidance plan is Plan T. We call it Plan T, Plan for Tourism, which was developed before COVID, but it's still valid because it was developed more as a vision than a set of measures. And what we do yearly and biannual action plans, which then can be rather formulated to the needs which are there at the moment. So this is very important, and just the third place is also, of course, we can create to bring together the needs from DMOs or enterprises. So we have 2 instruments I have to add at the national level. Of course, we have an NTO as it's doing marketing, but more and more it's doing innovation and helping the ecosystem in the green and digital transition. So this is in the new strategy much more focused than it was. And we have an instrument which is for SMEs, giving funding to tourism SMEs with the Austrian Tourism Development Bank. And this is quite specific, I think. It's a specific institute just for tourism, where we underlie our funding instruments, but where we also do kind of pilot projects like an ESG hub, a new ESG hub already for the tourism sector. So kind of anticipate what was coming from legislation. So this is important. And the third part would be then really specific support instruments, which we can also do at the national level.
Yeah, this we will discuss in the second round a little bit in more detail, Monika, please. But good to know, to outline on how this works in Austria, and which tools and roles you have in the ministry, and how you tackle your issues down to the destination level, to the subnational level. And also interesting to learn about the bank. I know about the bank that is very unique, actually, that I know of no other country that has their own bank for the small and medium-sized enterprises in the tourism sector. Now, Martial said this morning that we have there are. So he outlined the importance of collaboration, and he outlined the vision for Mallorca, which brings me to you, Ines. Thank you so much for coming. I know that your way was your road, so to say, to this Hotel Zoetry was not so far, yes, because you are from Mallorca. You are the director of the Hotel Association of Cala Millor, yes, and you are dealing there with a project that comes actually from the local government level down to you, to Cala Millor level. Can you explain us on how this happened, that you are dealing there with a very important project that gains increasingly good reputation outside the island also? What this is about? I know that you will speak in Spanish.
Well, I will introduce in English, but I will, as Marcial said, I feel better to speak Spanish. But I want to thank the organization, Uncho. But also I have to thank a person that now I can be here, because in his moment he was work a lot when it was a challenge to get our project in a live program, no? To Marcial, señor, our conseller. Yo tengo que explicar que yo soy presidenta de una asociación hotelera donde el 90% de los hoteleros, de los miembros, son nacidos en la zona de Cala Millor. Cala Millor tiene una dificultad o una oportunidad ahora, que es que la misma playa pertenece a dos administraciones distintas. Ahora it's my turn. A dos ayuntamientos distintos. Entonces teníamos una problemática de una falta de coordinación, de una falta de organización urbanística, de una visión a lo mejor de nuestra, cómo se hacían antes las cosas, cómo se hacían los frentes marítimos, desde una visión desde la tierra hacia el mar y no desde el mar a la tierra. Y entonces hemos tenido la necesidad, debido a que ya hace muchos años, desde finales de los años 80, nosotros, los hoteleros, percibíamos que teníamos una pérdida de arena en nuestra playa, una percepción. No era a lo mejor tan grande como nosotros lo imaginábamos, pero al final la playa, la arena, es nuestro primer recurso económico natural. Entonces, a raíz de tener la división territorial, el mismo territorio con dos ayuntamientos, en Cala Millor se creó un consorcio que viene de turismo, que principalmente la finalidad era promocionar turísticamente un mismo destino coordinado con la asociación hotelera. Entonces se creó un consorcio público-privado en principio era para promocionar, pero la idea o la finalidad al final ha sido de que coordinar todas las problemáticas que había en un mismo destino turístico. Una de nuestras problemáticas era esa falta de arena que he comentado. Entonces, al principio, desde la asociación hotelera, se fue a la universidad a preguntar por qué teníamos esta falta de arena o esa percepción de falta de arena. Eso fue a finales de los años 90 y a principios de los años 2000. Entonces la universidad, con IMEDEA, con el Instituto de Estudios Mediterráneos, empezó a estudiar y a valorar. Cala Millor es una bahía que tenemos una playa de 3 kilómetros, una bahía que tiene una reserva de posidonia muy grande, y una bahía que nosotros ya percibimos el cambio climático. En la última reunión que estuvimos de LIFE, Porque hacemos reuniones periódicas y presencialmente muchísimas, pero la última fue para comunicar a una misión de Cuba que vino para ver lo que hacíamos. Ya los números daban que se había perdido, que había subido el nivel del mar en la zona 10 centímetros. Entonces, esa problemática nos llevó a que, bueno, como he dicho antes, la arena es nuestro principal recurso económico, donde nuestros clientes al final trabajamos en otro tipo de turismo, pero nuestro principal turismo es de sol y playa. Entonces nuestra playa es fundamental. Entonces trabajamos en una política a lo mejor demasiado conformista y demasiado cortoplacista, que era trabajar en proyectos de mover la arena, porque sabíamos que estaba dentro de lo que es la playa húmeda, gracias a la posidonia que la retenía, pero claro, nos encontrábamos con que la administración, ya el step para arriba, costas, no nos permitía mover esa arena. Nos permitió mover durante un periodo de tiempo, pero bueno, la legislación se modificó y entonces tuvimos la problemática de que, bueno, nos encontrábamos que nosotros vendemos una playa fantástica y había zonas que se estaban quedando sin arena. De tantas veces que fuimos a tocar puertas, al final, gracias a nuestro estratega Marcial, pensó con la Dirección General de Cambio Climático que una idea sería entrar dentro de un proyecto de gobernanza multidisciplinar para adaptar la playa de Cala Millor al cambio climático. Trabajamos durante 2 años en un proyecto, en un documento para presentar a Europa y lo conseguimos.
Muy bien.
Fue la verdad una sorpresa, porque tantas veces que nosotros habíamos tocado puertas y no lo habíamos conseguido. De hecho, la primera vez que lo presentamos no nos lo dieron. Lo trabajamos más y en el 2022 ya nos lo adjudicaron. ¿Qué tiene de diferente este proyecto con respecto? Es el primer proyecto de adaptación de la playa urbana en toda Europa. Va a servir, lo que tiene de diferente y lo que tiene de innovador nuestro proyecto es que estamos estudiando la metodología a seguir para las otras zonas costeras. Hay que pensar que en Baleares hay más de 400 playas de arena. O sea, lo mismo que nos afecta a nosotros, les afecta a todas Baleares. Europa nos lo concedió por la gobernanza que teníamos. Es una gobernanza no solo administrativa, sino es una gobernanza con la sociedad civil. La sociedad civil implica no solo los residentes, implica también los turistas. Ahora llevamos 1 año en este proyecto y puedo indicar que, por ejemplo, en la zona de Cala Millor, nuestros turistas, el 60%, 61% son turistas nuevos, pero el resto, el 39% restante, son turistas que vuelven. Entonces, con muy buen criterio se les ha encuestado y se les ha tomado en cuenta para participar en lo que es nuestra gobernanza, nuestra mesa de participación. Dentro de esta mesa de participación hay 16 administraciones, porque nos toca mismo territorio, mismo ¿cómo se llama? No solo está la administración local que tiene algo que decir, sino se ha llamado a las 16 administraciones que pueden tener algo que decir con respecto a nuestro proyecto. Cuando empezamos el proyecto, nos dimos cuenta de que nos faltaban más patas. No solo la pata social, residentes, turistas, administración, empresarios, sino nos faltaba la pata jurídica. Porque sí que éramos conscientes de que ahora mismo estamos haciendo un proyecto que es una teoría, porque no ha habido una práctica, ¿no? Pero sí que somos conscientes de que las soluciones que dábamos antes no eran viables de hacer, y las soluciones que podamos obtener posiblemente jurídicamente dentro de nuestro marco legal que hay ahora mismo, tampoco se puede hacer. Entonces, estamos trabajando con la incertidumbre que nuestro marco legal actual podría hacer inviable una transformación y una adaptación al cambio climático, porque la propia legislación que tiene España con Europa, con el gobierno de Baleares y el gobierno del Consell mallorquín, posiblemente no podríamos llegar a garantizar que se podría ejecutar. Y si nosotros no lo podemos hacer cuando nos están mirando con lupa desde Europa, porque esto va a servir como metodología para poder replicarlo en otras zonas, es un problema no solo nuestro, sino de todos. Por eso es necesario la gobernanza a todos los niveles. Y es necesario que los políticos, que son los que pueden cambiar la legislación, pongan manos en ello.
This is this interplay exactly that we are discussing here, the importance on all levels to come together, in your case, in order to address a concrete, specific problem at a very local level. I think that is a good example that is out there, and a good lesson also learned on how that worked. Maybe we do a second round, because there will be a second round. There is a good example on the local level from your experience, and you have a lot, I know. Are there any experiences out there, or samples or case studies that you can mention here? Tell us about.
Yes, we were talking about this framework, but we have in Mexico, we have a very diverse country. We have some very well-known locations like Cancun, the Riviera Maya, but also Los Cabos. These are like the big sun and beach destinations that have similar problems to other sun and beach destinations. And then we have the interior little towns and so on. So there are different frameworks that have worked on each one. We have this magical towns framework where we have like this teaming up together at the very local for small communities in the interior. But something that I think is very important for this collaboration is timing. Sometimes we have like something happening, and the problems are there. The problem is that there are not the conditions and to get the leadership to push forward. And one case that I really like is Los Cabos. Los Cabos is an area, if you have seen the peninsula of Baja California, it is about half the size of Italy, our peninsula, and only 3% at the bottom of the peninsula, the south of the peninsula, is Los Cabos. It was two little towns, tiny towns with a transport corridor, and it was an integrally planned destination for these two urban areas. This was developed. There was nobody. There was really, I think, Island was more populated than Baja California. So it was decided that tourism was a good opportunity for that. So we see that it started in the 80s. By the year 2000, we had around 30,000 people living there and some tourism development. But in the last 30 years, the size of the population has increased by 9. And the size of the urban area has increased by 142. So there is no municipal budget that can cope with that size of growth. As I was saying, all this migration. And then we had, as you know, we have some security challenges. And in the year 2016, we had a happening security issue that was some kind of shooting there, very close to a very well-known hotel. So it was a total scandal. But that was really the big opportunity because everybody was concerned. And of course, businessmen invested in that region. They were very concerned, and they approached not the security authorities. Of course, they knew about the issue, but they approached the federal level, the tourism authorities, saying, we need to solve this. And it was from the federal level, the tourism sector, that a work group was installed, not only to look at the security issue. There were two very short-term issues. One was security. Suddenly, Los Cabos became the second most insecure city in the country. And the other thing was that there was an invasion of the land that was supposed to be for a second lane for the airport. So from the tourism point of view, those were urgent issues. They were tackled, but then this work group created an agenda, which is the diagnostic, which are the challenges. And we came, and we, of course, the most urgent were those two, but then we had not updated, despite this tremendous growth, the development, the urban development plan wasn't updated. And then we had problems with land. I mean, it was so successful on the in terms of tourism investment that land was more and more expensive. And we had, we identified in those days around 5,700 families of migrants that because the land was so expensive, they were invading areas of high risk. And then, of course, we had challenges with water because there was not enough water and water treatment. And of course, mobility, public spaces, waste management, energy, quality of energy. Despite being a peninsula, Los Cabos is like an island because it is disconnected from, we have this beautiful Sea of Cortez, the aquarium of the world in between. And so there is no connection to the grid. We are generating not clean energy to be able to supply this area. So there was this big list that wasn't directly a tourism problem, but that became part of the agenda. So in less than a year, Los Cabos became with this coordinated strategy. Of course, we had the private sector involved, we had NGOs, we had all the authorities at the federal, regional, and local level involved. And in less than a year, Los Cabos came from being the second worst in terms of security, became again the second best. Then we started working on all the other issues, and all these, fortunately, I mean, there was in between a change of government, but with this common plan, and thanks to the collaboration with the private sector and the local community, it was possible to go beyond what happens very much in Latin America, is that we have a change of government, and now they go all the plans. But here, this involvement allowed the continuity in time. And right now, just last week for this panel, I talked to the urban development, municipal development director, who was our director in tourism and was eventually brought to take care of this plan. And they have updated all their planning issues. They have been teaming up with international agencies, German corporation, British corporation. They have done a lot of studies. They updated also the management plans for their natural protected areas. And they have been really able to create some additional projects, like involving local entrepreneurs and creating this circular economy. Now they are rescuing food and supporting some poor communities, rescuing food. They're composting. They have a zero plastic, one-use plastic policy. They are upcycling. Actually, when they take the picture, my dress is from a local entrepreneur who is designing fashion out of bed fittings in hotels that are discarded, and they are creating all these new businesses. So there is really a dynamic that has been able to continue in time. But thanks to that factor, there is already a sense of community, of collaboration, technical expertise. They're teaming up also with the creative industries in doing different types of things, and with that common vision of the type of destination that they want. So it is a luxury destination designed for high value, and of course the community is invested and looking for the probably PPPs or international financing for solving these underlying issues like water supply and clean energy, and creating that common vision. And just one factor, something that is very relevant, is that many of the businessmen of the big hotel corporations live in Los Cabos. So they are invested there, and they are a strong factor for continuity in many of these projects, because they are the first benefiter of having a high quality of life for a destination like this.
Thank you, Teresa, for sharing this very, very interesting example with us. It shows a little bit similarities with Cala Millor also, and how something is pushed from the federal level then down to the subnational and local levels. Coming to Iceland, Arnar, are there similar examples out there? How does that work, or which tools you have in place from your level down to the DMO level?
Yeah, it's being so small can sometimes be a blessing.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's a very regular thing when just someone, a regular player, is not happy about something or wants something to be done. He just calls the member of parliament. They know him. The degrees of separation between people is so small. So it does simplify things, definitely. It can help. But we recently went through a very interesting and challenging exercise. We laid out an action plan for tourism where sustainability is really the backbone of everything that we want to achieve and what we aim. And these are, so this is an action plan for 2030 based on our vision, which is sustainability and everything that we've been discussing here. But go through this exercise to carry out and identify actions for this, I would say not an industry, but system is very difficult. And if you want to have a lateral and horizontal agreement, it's very challenging. So we had 7 groups of people who were handpicked, overseen by the ministry and the steering group, which I sat in, and 7 groups of 9 people who were supposed to focus on certain aspects of tourism. Could be competitiveness, the cultural aspect, environmental aspect, education and quality, and so on. And the goal was come up with only 4 to 6 actions per group. So how do you do that? How do you come up with 4 to 6 actions to ensure the competitiveness of the tourism industry for 2030? Very difficult. But the way it was done and the handpicking of the people from all different directions, it resulted in an action plan that was laid out and agreed by the Parliament last summer. So we have a plan that was created by different people from all different levels. Currently, I'm a little bit concerned.
Why?
Because right now is when we have to, as they say, put your money where your mouth is and do this. There's a lot of competition for public funding. Oh. And we are hoping that these actions will be funded. Another thing that is making things a little bit more complicated is that 4 days ago, the Prime Minister dissolved the government. So we have elections in 4 weeks. I don't know who the new Minister of Tourism is going to be. I have a wish list. But they obviously, they do have a huge impact on how this action plan and the commitment to it will be carried out. So, yeah, interesting days currently in Iceland in these regards.
Thank you for that. Yeah, indeed, with the change of governments, lots of issues can happen. We're fully aware of that. So all the best to Iceland in this new period then. Which brings me to Austria. Which initiatives you from the federal level have in place currently that help the sub-national level in advancing concerning sustainable tourism development?
Yes, we will have a new government as well. So we will see.
But we have it already.
No, we don't. We will see. The elections just there. Yeah, but I hope that we can go on with our strategy or even with a reformulate strategy. And we have some initiatives, which I just pointed out, at the national level, going down to the DMOs. One of those was actually demanded during the process of Plan T to have a destination label, a certification for tourism destinations. It was in 2019 asked for, but then of course COVID came and then it was developed in 2022. It was a lengthy process, and what was most importantly, it's developed by the Ministry of the Environment, but the Ministry of Tourism is strongly involved, and also there were 19 destinations in developing it strongly involved. So we had frameworks like the European Tourism Indicator Systems and other frameworks, GSDG, but then it was the Austrian version came up, and the first destinations were certified in 2022, and now we have 5 already, and there are lots of destinations in the pipeline who want to go through this really strong and heavy process. And it's not about having the label at the end, it's really embark on this process of involving everybody to fill in the categories of, I don't know, 7 fields. I think it's 6 or 7 fields with all the elements we have in sustainability. So from governance, socio-economic environment, climate change, biodiversity, natural environment, to culture. So it's really a comprehensive catalog, and they have to go all through these processes, and I think the process is the main element in doing this. So I hope this will go on. There are many convinced destinations in Austria that they will go on this, and this will feed into the overall being more sustainable destination of Austria in all. A second project is the regional information and monitoring system, again developed horizontally with another ministry. It's the Ministry of Regional Development. So tourism being about living environments. So there we have also an extensive tool where people can go down to the community level and have 30 indicators. It's not rocket science, it's about data which is already there at the community level. It's tapping many sources, so it's Statistics Austria, but it's also Geosphere. You could look at your village, how many heat days you had 5 years ago and how many heat days you have now. Snow coverage, you have demographic developments, you have, of course, tourism indicators like length of stay, overnights, tourism enterprises, labor market. So it's really 30 indicators which were again developed with tourism destination out of a regional policy project. So tourism was the pilot for doing this regional information system, and we have now all communities, all 2,000 something communities in Austria are there in there. And this is the benefit of it. It's easy. You have the indicators comparable for everyone. You can put together your region. You can compare yourself with the neighbor village in all these indicators. So it's really an easy tool for everybody. And we talked a lot about bringing it down, all our big schemes to really manageable instruments. So it has to be easy. And there's also a kind of reference what questions could be then answered with the indicators you have. So it's really the question formulated and the answer. You just have to draw your diagram out of it. So it's really a very a good tool for the base. And the third, because we talked a lot about tourism acceptance or sentiment towards or perception. So I think we have still to figure out the differences in these areas. We have three initiatives there. One was the measurement of tourism acceptance all over Austria and going down to the federal states level. We do it now regularly. We do it on a yearly basis, as Professor Jafar yesterday said. So we have to have these timelines. And we can even extend it to destinations if there is need. And we do it together with Statistics Austria in the frame of a European directive, which is looking at the travel behavior of Austrians. So we just added five questions in this European system already, and I hope that it will be also a showcase for other European countries. And also there, in acceptance, we have to take the destinations with us, and what we did a call for solutions. So we have a call for proposals to help anticipate pain points in destinations. So, of course, those who have already problems with acceptance, but also for those who could have problems. Is it overcrowding? Is it transport? Is it housing or pollution? So there are different elements which you have to tackle. And now we will have 17 projects all over Austria, which we will fund, being accompanied in this figuring out what the problems could be in the future or what the problems are already. So these are three initiatives from the national level going down to the destinations.
Thank you. That's very interesting. You call the data system that you have in place RESI, right?
Yeah.
And this stands for what?
Regional Information and Monitoring System. It's the one which we did really with regional policy. Tourism is one part of it. It's economy, demography, nature, and tourism. So it's really broader in line, but as tourism is horizontal and we speak about not only talking about the needs of tourists, but the needs of the population of nature and enterprises and their employees. So it's something which you can then use as a database for all the mayors can use it, the tourism directors can use it, the ones working at the ground can use it, and for political issues as well.
Thank you very much for this extensive explanations. I think it's very interesting to hear about that. Within the tourism acceptance studies, are you also focusing, beside the local residents, also on the workforce? That what Mr. Jafari yesterday proposed, and which is done by several destinations. For instance, Malta is looking into this also, as I know.
There are no, from the ministry, there are no kind of perception, the working conditions, but there is one done by the Chamber of Commerce every year on the workforce. And for the tourists, we have the Timona system, which is how the tourists like Austria. It is done for many years. It's done for 20 years, like the perception of the tourists of the destinations.
Thank you so much, Monica, for that. Ines, coming to you now. So what are the next steps in the project now? How long is the duration of the project? I know it's funded by the European Union.
El proyecto dura 4 años. Empezamos en enero del 2023 y termina en abril del 2027. Está dividido el trabajo está dividido en 7 work packages. El 1 es el que coordina, el 7 es el de comunicación, porque una de las cuestiones más importantes que tenemos es poder comunicar al exterior todo lo que vamos haciendo. Y ahora mismo está trabajando el Work Package 2, que es el de gobernanza, que es el que nos aglutina a todas las entidades, el que trabajamos con todas las administraciones. Incluso hay mesas de trabajo donde desde la administración hay 73 entidades trabajando en el proyecto. Luego está la parte científica, que se lo lideran los científicos, donde están estimando, evaluando y mapeando los riesgos y las vulnerabilidades que existen, no solo a nivel natural, medioambiental, sino a nivel socioeconómico. Tenemos que decir que la primera línea de Cala Millor, todo es una línea típica de turística, todos son hoteles. El 70% del Producto Interior Bruto de los 2 ayuntamientos dependen de esa primera línea. O sea, ahora se está haciendo también por parte de la universidad el estudio del impacto económico que tendría no hacer nada, o sea, quedarnos como estamos, y ya de por sí ya valoramos que en 30 años son 5.000 millones de euros para un sitio muy pequeño. O sea, que si lo extrapolamos a toda la zona costera balear, allí hay un dinero a perder muy grande desde el punto de vista económico, ya que al fin y al cabo son impuestos, trabajadores. Hemos incorporado dentro de la gobernanza, que no estaba antes, a los sindicatos, porque son parte esencial dentro de nuestro sector económico. Y ahora mismo están los científicos trasladando a la parte técnica los estudios que han obtenido Hay que decir que Cala Millor es una playa que lleva 20 años en estudios monitorizados. O O sea, llevamos también los deberes hechos un poco, vamos un poco adelantados, ¿no? Entonces ya empezamos el proyecto con mucho estudio y mucho proyecto realizado. Entonces ahora estamos en esa fase que los científicos trasladan a los técnicos los resultados que han obtenido. Decir que las soluciones que se van a dar, se va a hacer un catálogo de diferentes estrategias a poder seguir, pero las soluciones son naturales. No buscamos soluciones que le llaman duras, muchas de las playas se han adaptado al cambio climático con una adaptación dura, es decir, poniendo diques o microdiques de hormigón. Eso a la larga nos sirve. Los temporales, al fin y al cabo, nos están demostrando que se están llevando todas esas infraestructuras duras por delante. El temporal Gloria al Ministerio de Fomento, que es el Ministerio de Infraestructuras, se le fue el 70% del presupuesto. No, es inviable que cada vez que viene un temporal se vaya el 70% de un presupuesto anual. Entonces, las soluciones que se van a implementar en la playa, bajo el consenso y el paraguas de esa gobernanza, van a ser soluciones naturales, que van a ser consensuadas, pero ya lo he comentado antes. Si no hay una modificación del marco legal, no podremos hacer nada. Entonces, eso es importante. De hecho, es más, hemos incorporado un bufete de abogados que están haciendo el estudio de la ordenación del territorio para evitar que cuando terminemos todos los estudios y tengamos un proyecto ejecutivo, para poderlo ejecutar no tengamos problemas.
Very interesting, Ines, really. I think it's interesting for all of us also to learn about the next steps and the future and the outcomes of the projects, because I think it's really, really interesting. We are coming to an end in our session. So a last round of not even a question, but can you summarize in few words your wish for the future on the governance, on a better interplay between national and subnational level? What is it, or do you have a vision, or what do you wish for actually for the future of tourism in this particular regard?
I think we have a great challenge, but we also have a lot of opportunities to create new types of solutions for tourism destinations. And we sometimes, of course, especially if you look from the perspective of governments, you see a challenge for budgeting, for funding of projects. But what we have seen is that there is really quite a bit of resources in international multilateral cooperation agencies, bilateral cooperation, and what we need is these well-designed projects that have this systemic view, that are also politically viable, and eventually we also need to get the private sector more involved in funding many of these solutions. I think both on the public sector, multilateral development banks, and private funds, there is enough money. What we need is to create those projects, look for the funding, and also what we do a lot in the firm I work on is helping support and design these co-creation projects. And then, of course, you sometimes need the public funding to start to pilot the projects, but eventually you can find, once you have the proof that this project works and is capable and has an economic impact, you will find the funding from the private sector to make it sustainable in the long term. I think that is a huge challenge. Think outside the box, team up with other agencies. I was talking about architects, urbanists, design with nature in mind, incorporate biodiversity, and once you have those solutions, just get everybody on the same track and look for the funding to implement.
Thank you, Teresa, for this views of yours and your opinion. Yes, we had yesterday a panel with Inter-American Development and UNDP that more or less expressed the interest in getting more and more engaged in this development projects that you're referring to, and the need for the private sector to get involved too. Thank you so much for that. And by the way, I love your dress. It's really nice.
Yeah,
lovely.
A Mexican designer.
It's super nice.
Upcycled bedding.
We want the name of the designer, Teresa. Anna, please.
Don't talk about my
dress.
No,
I know.
It's been a challenge for me coming here because my luggage was lost, of course. And I'm yearning for some fresh clothes, but I think it's on the way, so. Yeah, good question. I think, well, in nature, I'm optimistic. I'm not just an optimistic person, but I think, referring to Iceland, the way we define success is changing. And I think this goes top down. Companies today are thinking differently. They are, and even companies a few years ago, I wouldn't dream of that they would hop on the sustainable wagon. So this just, creates hope. And I really think that we have referring to Iceland again, an interesting future ahead. Of course, there are challenges, there are issues, there are so much things that we have to deal with. But I think the definition of success is changing, shifting more from numbers over to sustainable elements. So, yeah.
It's good, this transformation of the attitude towards this. It's very good. Thank you very much for that. Monica.
I fully are in line with what you said. Going from quantity to quality, more quality. It's also one of the baselines of our strategy. But then I think one of the main issues also is this culture of cooperation. We have a very complex system in tourism. We have a very diverse system of tourism, and we have to build the fora to discuss. We have to be open-minded. We have to pay attention. We heard this morning from Mallorca, so pay attention. Get in all the information you get from the different stakeholders and players, because sometimes we are just in our line, and this is very important. And as a ministry, or at the national level, and I think it's also important to create tourism competence on and on and on. So really be competent also in the field of tourism, be an expert in tourism when you're dealing in a ministry. Not just administration and law, but also an expert in tourism. I think this is important to get this expertise into the teams also in the ministry.
Yeah, and I think especially we are very much challenged in keeping up to current developments. If this is now a net zero, a nature-based tourism, all these new terms that are coming up and that we need to be fully aware of what it means and how it can work. Yes, definitely.
It's really tackling it down to what does it mean, but always tackling it down, what does it mean to an enterprise, to a destination, to the local population. So, and this is a very difficult task actually for because so many frameworks are coming in, and we have to help the system to cope with these frameworks.
This is where this topic comes into the game, definitely. Ines, please.
Well, I'm on the line of them, and I have to say I'm the one who is in the bottom now. So I think it's a challenge, but we have said it's an opportunity that we have to learn also from all of us. And what I feel that we have also to be generous, because in my experience and in the lower place, that if we are not generous, we have to lose to win a lot. All the parts has to lose, so all the parts has to work together to be able to be advancing sustainability.
Thank you so much, Ines, for your wise words here. Dear ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are coming to an end of this very interesting panel. Lots of lessons and knowledge out there. But in the end, it's always coming down to one thing, namely that we need to work together closely on all levels and from all sides in all areas. Because when we work together and we take up participatory approaches in whatever we do, we can be successful and we
Thank you very much, panelists. So many things we've been talking about here for the last day and a half. So much information, and we get to a point that's fundamental, and that's how do we communicate everything that we've been learning about? It's not an easy task. Communication, I can tell you, can be complex sometimes. So that's what we're going to finish with this summit, actually with a panel that discusses basically speaking about sustainability from the heart. How should we best talk about sustainability, or perhaps let others talk about sustainability instead of us? That would be an option. There may be no perfect answer for this because communication is also sometimes very complex. But the practical insights we gain today will definitely help us move forward, just like we've seen with many other panels. So for this in-depth discussion, which will be moderated by Mr. Glasser, who is a well-known panelist already, and we're happy to have him up here. We'll be joined with Mr. Miguel Sanchez, Managing Director of Tour Spain, and Ms. Susana Sciacobelli, Director of Tourism and Vice President of Fundació Mallorca Turisme. 3 people. Let's hear about communication. Thank you very much, Dirk.
Dirk.
To all those playing around with the cell phones, you are missing right now something if you are not being attentive. These are, I mean, Susana, Miguel, when I don't have to introduce you.
No.
If I would have been a student, that would have been the wish of the panel I would like to have attended. You know, to really experienced managers talking about right now what really everybody wants to know. How are we, in the end, communicating that? How are we bringing that to the forefront? Are we using over there different models? Are we doing the things still with the way how we are taught at universities? Or are we seeing already over there different opportunities? If there was one thing, Susana, for this conference, which I have learned talking about sustainability, how many calls we had. You attended, the team attended, our teams attended. And I think that was already a sign of, if you prepare something well, you have to communicate internally before you start communicating externally. Susanna, we agreed that I first ask you right now to reflect a bit on what have you seen here, but please don't limit yourself. We had a conversation when I thought I'm not even needed as a moderator. These 2 gentlemen, and the lady and the gentleman, they were just talking to each other. I was listening. So I hope we are getting into that at that level that you are having this conversation.
Of course, yeah. Dirk is. We were supposed to have a preparatory call, and in the end, me and Miguel were like, yeah, because this and that. No, so I think, I mean, the panel is speaking about sustainability from the heart, and I think we have. And first of all, I would like to thank you, Cordula, and Oritza for the collaboration, because I think we've had. This has been an amazing experience for us. It's the 3rd Sustainable Destination Summit, but for us, of course, as new government, it's the first one. And a lot of heart has gone into organizing it. What we try to do to be able to really communicate this transformation, which we explained this morning of tourism in Mallorca, was one of the reasons also that we put the summit into a sustainable tourism, a responsible tourism week. So we tried to put 3 events, which normally would have been totally separate in off-season, and putting it together, which is not easy because you have to talk to each one of the organizations. So we did, the first 2 days, the Sages and Scientists, which I think is very interesting because it's from the Deepak Chopra Foundation, which in the end is trying to communicate that Mallorca is a place for well-being, that you can come here on a retreat and for well-being. And so I think that was very important. Then we have had, our summit, which the first day, not all of you were there, but there was the STO meeting, which, we have our observatory for sustainable tourism. And I think the annual meeting, we organized that in Casa Esment, which those of you who were there, is a very special place for us. It's where we now do practically all of our meetings and board meetings, because it's a place which really breathes sustainability. It helps all kinds of children and adults with some physical or organic discapacities. They produce their own wine, they produce their own vegetables, which then you can, so if you had lunch there, you tried the produce. And I think that was, something which is with the heart, which we want you, even if it's of course a business meeting, but that you do that in a place where you're really breathing Mallorca. Then, of course, here at the summit, we did the lunch in the windmill with the local products. You saw that we brought the ensaimada, we brought the oils, we brought everything. And also so that you would see what a finca in Mallorca looks like. I was very happy actually to hear that a lot of people that come to Mallorca did not know this Zoetry. And that's exactly, I think, we talked this morning, and the minister and I, we talked about responsible tourism. And I think as a government and as an insular council, our responsibility is also to promote these places such as Zoetry, which are not as easy to visit, when you come here for tourism. Then, yesterday you had the concert, of Joan Valent, which is a local talent of ours in the chapel. We had the Andreu Ginestra, which is, our Michelin star who has the restaurant here, but also other restaurants. And this is something that we try to, as a tourism board, this is what we think is the important part that we need to promote. And today, the United Nations are here. We have Cordula said it. We have people from Canada, from Mexico, from Berlin, from Switzerland, from Malaysia. So many nationalities in a rural area, which is, Llucmajor, and in this hotel. And that really for us is, sustainability from the heart. And then today, when we finish the summit, I hope all of you have, seen the app of True World, where what we've been doing is calculating, let's say, what is our carbon footprint. So we've done that since the beginning. What is the energy, electricity, water, how all of the guests that have come here today and yesterday, how you arrived, which hotels you were in, to really calculate this. And this is also something totally new, which was never done before. And in the summit and in this Responsible Tourism Week. And this afternoon at 5, we're going back to the Casa Esment, where we're going to compensate the carbon footprint with something which we're going to do in Casa Esment, which is planting, let's say, the autochthonous plants in there. But we would have actually wanted to do more things, and that's something that I also wanted to just bring out on the table. And I know that we've talked about compensating carbon footprint, but a lot of projects that we see are not ones that are regenerative in the island. So we, of course, today are doing that in Casa Esment, but I would love to talk, to Klimalink and to other companies to see what other projects can we do to compensate the carbon footprint, but which bring back to the local communities, because in the end, I think, it's a regenerative tourism that we have to do. And so that's what we're going to do today. So I think it's been a very, and then to finish off, we have, and I know we don't have a lot of time, but the last thing is that we're going to have 2 other days, which is the Mallorca Green Film Forum. So I think we've made really, our hearts has been in this Responsible Tourism Week. And in the end, what we wanted and what we want is that the experience that you have is that experience of community, of local product, of this, regenerative tourism that we want to communicate. So if you have had that experience, then we've made it. Then, we were successful at communicating, let's say, our objectives this week.
Susanna, thank you so much. And it was a perfect rundown right now of those different events and the thinking around this summit which we jointly created over here. Now, when I turn to Miguel, then I have already a complicated question. First of all, I want to introduce you. You are the Director General of Tour España, a very important player at the global level. You have a long history of market research, communicating, promoting the country abroad. Tour España has a lot to do with the success of Spain as a tourism destination. We forget that, but at the same time, you told me before already, there are challenges right now when it comes to the general perception, because you are doing things already differently to what most people are actually thinking. And when I just heard Susanna, I thought, wow, he will listen to 15, 25 Susannas from Spain.
But they're not going to say the same.
Miguel, your challenge.
Yes. First of all, thank you for having me, the Consell and
thank you for coming.
Tourism. Right. I do think that we've always had this objective of serving the general interest with tourism marketing agencies. We were told years ago, Tourispaña next year will be 40. So we are adults now. And we were told to bring people to the country because that created wealth, jobs and prosperity to our nation. And so we did, with the help of the regions, the island, the DMOs of cities. But it's not been last year or the year before. Even before the pandemic, a bell was ringing, and it was, and it had to do with sustainability, with environmental sustainability, and it had to do also with social sustainability and economic sustainability. And we did change gears already in 2018, 2019. And then the pandemic came, and I remember when I started in Tourispaña, it was June 2020. Spain had 0 international visitors the previous month. Something that not in my wildest dreams or nightmares, better said, I would have thought that it could happen, that it was even possible to happen. But we had 0 visitors. And we don't remember now, but we thought that this was or could be the end of the tourism industry in many countries. And that meant that was the end of the livelihoods of almost 3 million people in Spain alone, hundreds of millions worldwide. So we joined forces and said, we need to recover. And we were very successful at it. We have recovered the tourism industry in a record time. But then we had to change gears again because we're not back to 2018 and 19, but the same problems we had in 2019 and 18 appeared again, which are sustainability-related problems.
Right.
So what I want to say, and this is the word I would want to stick to with everyone, is that we have always been enablers. We have always been agents of change to build destinations, to attract people that will enable destinations to thrive, or agents of change to allow those destinations to be more sustainable and to become what the citizens and the communities of those destinations want to be.
Agents of change, Miguel, we did not coordinate on that word. And I love it. I love it. It's closely linked with our thinking, very closely embedded in our thinking and closely linked to the concept of catalytic. And you know, there's a tricky question right now related to that, because we discussed it here all the time at the destination level. Destination and destination management organizations, which have evolved right now, very often get into roles which go already beyond tourism, because they are giving answers, they are providing suggesting answers to issues which are significantly larger. All these different facets, Susanna, you mentioned before, where we have right now interacted on during the week of sustainability or during the subject areas of our summit. You could also say this is about sustainable management of a destination. You can take tourism out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, going to what Miguel said, I mean, if I look also back at 20 years ago, what we used to do, let's say, as a promotion department, was looking at numbers. So we were looking at, we would do co-marketing campaigns with different airlines, with different tour operators to bring more tourists. And we would, at the end of the year say, okay, we have 10% more from the German market, from the UK market. And now what we do is we still, of course, have to have agreements with them. But what we're trying to say is how can they help us bring that awareness of this responsible tourism? So it's, the job has changed. It's, we have to transform. And it's not, we've talked here about numbers and value, and it really is now creating value. So I think, these 2 days we've been talking about, communities, about people, prosperity. And what we've talked about our Mallorca pledge, which I hope everybody has signed or seen or read. And in the end, what we have to do within our department, we really have to work towards this coexistence between the tourist and the resident. So that's, let's say, our main objective, and doing that also with all the agents with which we're working. So it is transforming the way that we do tourism. And that's why we don't, we used to, we're called Mallorca Tourism, let's say, Promotion Board, but we actually don't like to use the word promotion. So in Spanish, we like to use the word concienciación, which I think would mean, in English, raising awareness. The fly is back. It's actually on purpose. It's the biodiversity of Mallorca that we wanted you to all try. The fly is back. So in that, catalyst and transformation that we're doing, we need to raise awareness to the tourists that we are bringing and that also come on their own without us doing any promotion, and also the residents. So I think there's a lot of change, and in these 2 days what we've seen is that I like, for example, that the director of Iceland was saying we have a tourism board, but we don't do promotion. And they do data, they're doing sustainability, working with the DMOs. We don't, we can call them DMOs, but we have 53 municipalities, so we work with the 53 municipalities, also with European funds, data, providing data. And so I think everything is changing, but it always has to come from, starting from your first question, which was communication. Yeah. How do you make sure that you really communicate this change? And we really believe that it comes with changing the words. So using responsible tourism. Never did a tourism board, such as ours, talk more with residents than you saw this morning, Andy. We have had more than 100 interviews. They're all residents, temporary or permanent ones. And never has a tourism board not been talking about promotion, but been talking about raising awareness. So times have absolutely changed. And we are the ones who need to, bring about that change, because we, in the end, are, the public sector that has to support the private sector in bringing about this change. So I think it's been, and for me, it's been very interesting these 2 days to really see that we are, aligned. Everybody who is working and all of the knowledge that is here, and the, international and national leaders, we're all working towards this change. And I think on our side, as Tour España and the Mallorca Tourism Board, we are all also very much aligned in this, which makes everything evidently much easier, and also better for all of the different private sector that we work together with. So I think, but going back to your first one, communication, it's the words that count, and I think promotion, we're not using that anymore. It's raising awareness, and responsible tourism, because it's not because I want to insist, but I do want to insist. It's not. It's the accountability of the resident, of the tourist, and of us as as a tourism board. And that's why we're doing something here, which is much more difficult than doing a summit in a Congress Palace. We're doing it in a place so that you really see Mallorca and you get that experience, which I think in the end is what our responsibility is, that you really see the local Mallorca.
Miguel, I formulated the challenge before, if there would be more Susannas, and she said there are more Susannas, and that is very good that they are so dynamic, that they are changers, that they are actually driving stories which are authentic. It's the local DNA, it's all the ingredients you need to take that to the markets. you complimented, telling me then before there is no other country in Europe which has so many local representations of tourism officials like Spain. How do you see right now the best way how destinations from the country can communicate to you so that you can help them in the best way possible to multiply their message, their communication, or transmitting their desires?
Yeah. First, I want to, I know this might be unpopular, and I'm not contradicting Susanna, but
he usually does. Don't worry. We're used to this now.
But I'm proud to be also a marketing agency. Because when we work together with the private sector, what we do is if we are trying to promote Spain as a sustainable destination, what do we promote? We promote businesses that have invested funds, money, in more sustainable products. So why shouldn't we, as a way to transform destinations, give a competitive advantage to those who are investing in changing and transforming the tourism model of their destinations? So if a hotel commits to net zero and others don't,
yes.
My job is to bring people to the hotel who is committing to net zero. If a hotel is, or another product is committing with social sustainability in the local community where it operates, my job is to make sure that that type of businesses are successful, because that will transform what we do. So I know what Susanna means by
but that doesn't make you
promotion.
unpopular.
No, but that's not different. Exactly.
I know, but it's sometimes we demonize words because we think it's easier for the public or the social or the public opinion to relate to these new words.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Taurus. I'm stubborn, and I think no, we do have. I mean, the public is not stupid. They need to understand what we do,
mm-hmm.
and it's better not to go, the long way. It's better to tell them straight away. We do promote, but we are promoting things that will enable change in the destination. And also to the visitors, because no one travels wanting to do harm to the destination they visit. But when we have asked people if they know what is sustainable or responsible travel, the truth is that most people don't know what it means. Or what do they have to do to be a responsible traveler? So I think that one of our most important things now is to, do marketing, do sustainable marketing, which means to help those who are, working in transforming the destination, and to capture those who are willing to enjoy or buy or pay for products and services that have a better impact in local communities or the environment.
If I take your points right, you basically, I think you basically point out that the instruments of classical promotion, I mean going to fairs, presenting over there through communication materials, those elements, those products of Spain to the different markets abroad, that they have been still in place, they are still in place, but the way how you are selecting over there and giving preference to the stories, to the products, that has changed. Is that right?
That is totally correct. And this is a true story. We have workshops all over the world. We bring people from businesses from Spain, and we match them with in speed dating workshops with travel agents or tour operators in the Americas or elsewhere. Travel agents told me, "Thank you for bringing this type of products, because my clients are asking for this type of products that we don't know, that they even exist, because we are here in America, in the state of Kansas, and we do not know what to sell to a client that says, I want to do something in a local community in Spain, let's say. So are we going to say, no, I'm not doing marketing or doing any promotion, I'm going to do just some of the other things that we do? No, I think we have to do it in a different way. And we have to listen, and the Secretary of State is here. In the Secretary of State, we have now two directions general. One is outwards, looking outward, outbound looking, and the other one is looking at the territory. So it's a holistic approach. So we have to make sure that what we do is coherent what the other arm of the Secretary of State in this case is doing, so that we have a comprehensive strategy to change what we want to change. Meaning, we cannot do everything. We are just marketing people.
I think you are sometimes over here too humble, and
Yeah,
Susanna will compliment that, because she's working with you for quite some time.
No, and it's of course also different. I mean, I said this morning, we receive 18 million tourists. Yeah. So there are markets. I mean, it's 4 million from Germany, 3 million from the UK. There are markets in which, what I was saying 20 years ago, we would sit down with an Air Berlin, with a Lufthansa, to bring more Germans from different areas. We are not doing that anymore. I mean, that's not something that we're doing for these markets. And what are we doing with the same, for example, not Lufthansa or any airline? We still do, but we don't call it marketing. It's, let's say, co-branding, because what we want is our brand. Is our Mallorca, and of course Miguel talks about Spain, but we talk concretely about Mallorca, and there are areas in Spain which I think, which we know, which need to be still promoted. But Mallorca, in these markets, what we need to do is to tell, for example, we have areas in Mallorca, which a lot of people know, which is Magaluf or Playa de Palma, where the Germans or English that come on these planes, we need to tell them, we need to show them our Mallorca pledge. And, we welcome you, but please take care of Mallorca as if it were your house. So we're evidently there not going to do marketing campaigns so that more come, because they're already coming with the airlines and with the tour operators. There, what we're doing is raising awareness of that we, as an island, want them to take care of our island. If you come, don't buy made in China in a souvenir. Go to an artisan, because our artisans need that. Recycle, etc. Everything that our pledge does. So there, it's different, because Miguel is talking about the whole of Spain. But for us in Mallorca, I can tell you we are not doing marketing campaigns in these markets. We are doing awareness campaigns where, of course, when you talk about nature, take care of our marine reserve or our natural reserve, of course, you'll see images of the Sierra de Tramontana. Of course, and that part, maybe you can consider that you're saying, okay, we are promoting that part. But the message that we're giving is one of conservation. And that changes drastically from 20 years ago, where I would sit, and I was director of tourism 20 years ago, and I would sit with the airline and say, okay, and then we would all celebrate that there were 10% more. That's absolutely now not what we're doing. And so that is very different than promoting España, some areas. I don't want to go in specific cities or regions, but we all know which ones they are. But Mallorca is totally different. We started tourism here in the 1950s, and we've been leader, and you saw we have protests. So our situation is different. Where do we do more kind of promoting is those emerging markets where we do want to be, which is, for example, the US. Because there we work together with Tourist Spain. And why? We did a survey in the East Coast of the US, where we saw that, first of all, I think yesterday Maggie said it. It's the fourth market that more spends in Spain, and is one of the few markets that wants to come in off season. And you know that our issue, of course, is to extend our seasonality. I think we already have a 7-8 month now seasonality. This year In April, 70% of our hotels were already open. But it is a market that we're very much interested in because it wants to travel in off-season and it is willing to pay more for sustainable. They do know what sustainability is. And we did a survey, and they really already see Mallorca as, let's say, leading in responsible tourism. And there I agree, but the rest, I can assure you we're not. And the fares, just to finish it, we have reduced the fares from 44 trade fairs that we went to 11, of which 3 are the ones that we go to the ITB, WTM, but the other ones, we are on, we used to go to 4 markets about cycling, and I know the directorate said it was a cycling Rolls Royce, Mallorca, and I totally agree. But that doesn't mean we need to go to 5 trade fairs in Germany to promote cycling. So in that sense, we've totally reduced it so that because our budgets are limited, so that we can concentrate on our budgets on other areas, such as the US, also United Arab Emirates, because that's where we have, the Canada tourists. I'm looking at you because I know you're from Canada. Canada, Asia. So it has changed, and I want to make, because we, me and Miguel, we've worked for so many years together, and we're totally aligned with Tour España, but we cannot forget that Mallorca does not have the same challenges as a Madrid, Barcelona, or other, maybe Madrid and Barcelona is different, but, Valladolid and Asturias, Llanes in Asturias, would love to have the tourists we have.
But Susanna, that is the comment I wanted to make 2 minutes ago. You are a strong brand. You are recognized. You are recognized around.
Brand in sustainability now, and not for what we're used to.
That is exactly what I see here in this discussion right now. You are shaping your brand, and actually this brand and the reactions you are getting, in the reason why you are hosting here the summit, are all elements not of just communicating, but to form part of a process of the destination in which all these elements are taken into account. Nobody cuts off the traditional techniques to reach out to traditional markets, traditional products. That is necessary. This is how tourism was growing, definitely. But right now, when destinations have reached what they desired in their development, then there's actually a transformation taking place. Oh?
But I think is the biggest tool for sustainable transformation in everywhere is investment. People have to put money into converting or transforming existing assets, which might not be sustainable or not as sustainable as we want them to be, into more sustainable assets, being it environmental or social or whatever. And I'm very happy to say Spain is the second largest recipient of hotel investment in the world. Is that bad? And some people would say, oh God, we don't want any more hotels. But if I tell you that the largest majority of that money is going to refurbished or to transform hotels from 200 rooms to 120 rooms, from 3-star to 4 or 5-star hotels, that is a big element of sustainability. And to attract that investment, we need to have a coherent strategy between what we do in the territory and how do we market the territory. And I think that what Mallorca is doing with the pledge is telling the world, and not only the outside world, also the local community, the residents and the local business people, this is where we are going. And this is how we have to transform, and these are our objectives. And this is something that we all have to do. And when I say, okay, Spain is the first recipient of hotel investment in Europe, second in the world, it's very good news, because we have people who trust that we can achieve the goals that we are, putting together all together with our strategy. So I think this is the most important thing. And then we, the marketing people, have to tell normally the outside world that this is happening. And now we're also telling the local community that this is happening and that this is what we do. And Tour España, when I arrived, we had little communication with local communities and the local business people and local DMOs. And we started the Tour España convention. And it was just for that, is to to have a common voice, or to find, better said, to find a common voice in what we are doing.
I cannot do, Susanna, what everybody else was doing, the last word, because
No.
otherwise we know that the Secretary
Exactly.
of State has to leave. But you know what? I enjoyed the conversation before, during, and I hope after that panel. What we wanted to do over here is showing two very passionate people about tourism, tourism communication, tourism sustainability, and understanding that this sector is catalytic, I love the word, and its additional responsibilities, we will not be able to finish, nor shall we leave just with a nice message. What we should bring here to the table is that there's collaboration, we spoke about that, and that in this context, there is a constant evolution of what the tourism sector wants to be, the many stakeholders. And actually, this testimony, Susanna, we have seen, you hosted here for the third time, extremely well organized, this summit. You co-hosted over here the Global Insta meeting. All the participants coming from everywhere around the world were active, committed to destinations. So we couldn't have a better ingredient to see what we saw this morning, the consultation process, the development of your brand, where people feel reflected in what you are actually now communicating to the markets abroad, the local DNA, and these invitations you are sending out to the world, that people are not just coming here as tourists, that they are coming as guests, as desired visitors to the local population. I thank you both for your patience and the discipline. And I wish that we continue this conversation.
So do we. We still want to talk.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Especially regarding the hotel investments. We have a whole thing there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we cut?
Well, thank you very much. The summit is coming to a close, but before we do close the summit, and after all, gathering so much information, we want to do a closing remark with our Secretary of State for Tourism of Spain, Rosario Sanchez. Please give her a warm welcome.
Me mato. Thank you very much. Conseller de Turisme del Consell de Mallorca, Executive Director of UN Tourism, consellers del Consell de Mallorca, autoridades, dear guests, bon dia a tots i totes, buenos días, good morning. Moltes gràcies al Consell de Mallorca i a la Fundació Turisme Mallorca per convidar-me a cloure aquesta tercera cimera de destinacions sostenibles. This is our own language in the island, a value that we also want to preserve. And many thanks to UN Tourism for your proactive work in this initiative that places Mallorca in the heart of the debate of the sustainable tourism. This is already the third edition, and I hope we will continue to many more editions here in Mallorca. I know we are all very tired, so I'm going to be very brief, brevity in Spanish. Me gustaría explicar lo que estamos haciendo a nivel de gobierno de manera muy rápida. Creo que aquí ha sido un acierto concentrar toda esta gente hablando de sostenibilidad de turismo a diferentes niveles, diferentes países, diferentes responsabilidades y que todos sepamos que no hay alternativa, de que no hay alternativa a un turismo sostenible. Hoy estamos de acuerdo en que todo tiene que ser sostenible económica, social y medioambientalmente y que a esas tres palabras le tenemos que poner apellidos. Y existe un consenso que se extiende más allá de las fronteras de esta isla, del país y de todas las regiones. Hace una semana nos reunimos en Conestur, en el Consejo Español de Turismo, y firmamos todos los agentes, comunidades autónomas, municipios, miembros del sector, sindicatos, expertos, un manifiesto a favor de este turismo responsable y un compromiso de, como país, caminar hacia ese turismo responsable, empujar y mejorar lo que ya venimos haciendo, Miguel lo explicaba muy bien, desde antes de la pandemia. Y lo hacíamos poniendo a las personas en el centro, ¿no? Derivábamos los elementos clásicos del análisis turísticos en las personas que viven en los territorios, los destinos, las personas que dan trabajo, los empresarios, las personas que viajan, los turistas, las personas que trabajan, las personas que residen, los destinos, y las personas que trabajan, que son los trabajadores del sector turístico. Y con estos objetivos empezamos lo que se inició en 2022, que es un debate que incluye la academia, que incluye las comunidades autónomas, que incluye la sociedad civil, con más de 200 participantes, y hacíamos un marco conceptual con el que pretendemos, desde el Gobierno de España, inspirar, ¿no?, al resto de comunidades autónomas, al resto del país, al resto de municipios, para que cada uno derive en sus competencias y en sus destinos un futuro sostenible del turismo para nuestro país. Y esto ocurre también a nivel internacional. Estuvimos en Brasil, en el G20, donde todos los ministros de turismo de todos los países, ahorita you know it very well, hablamos de eso, ¿no?, de sostenibilidad en los territorios, de preservación de las identidades locales, de preservación de los destinos, de preservación medioambiental, y se hizo una declaración que se elevará al G20, que se tiene que celebrar en São Paulo, a nivel de presidentes de Estado, para que este discurso sea realmente un discurso global. Y aquí en Mallorca y aquí en Baleares tenemos una situación, lo han explicado hoy también en los paneles, que es privilegiada, porque desde hace mucho tiempo se viene regulando, se viene ordenando el turismo. Medidas como las leyes de residuos o de cambio climático, la limitación de los cruceros en el puerto de Palma, el decreto de preservación de la posidonia, esa planta marina que nos da oxígeno y que hace que nuestras aguas sean transparentes, la legislación contra el turismo de exceso, la regulación de la entrada de vehículos en Formentera, la ley de circularidad y la sostenibilidad del turismo, el impuesto de estancias turísticas, que genera un fondo para invertir en regeneración de nuestro territorio. Todas estas acciones nos sitúan a Mallorca, yo digo nos sitúan porque he vivido aquí la mayor parte de mi vida, en un sitio privilegiado para poder liderar también este discurso a nivel nacional y a nivel internacional. El hecho de que el Consell de Mallorca se incorporara a ONU Turismo como miembro activo en el 2020 y en el 2021 a la red de observatorios de turismo sostenible refuerza la voluntad, ¿no?, de esta isla y del Gobierno de la isla de impulsar un turismo más sostenible. Y estas son las medidas en las que queremos continuar y el ritmo en el que queremos seguir avanzando. Y en el marco del Ministerio de Industria y Turismo, desde el ámbito de nuestras competencias, compartimos también con el Consell de Mallorca el plan de recuperación, transformación y resiliencia del sector turístico. Con esos fondos europeos son 3.400 millones que se distribuyen por todo el país, que invierten fundamentalmente en los destinos, en mejorar el entorno de la gente que vive en los destinos. Un buen sitio para vivir es un buen sitio para visitar, y que en Baleares, que en concreto hay más de 277 millones, con 110 millones dedicados a lo que las autoridades autonómicas e insulares deciden que se tiene que dedicar. Porque en España somos muy conscientes de que se gobierna mucho mejor desde la prosperidad, y un fenómeno tan transversal como el turismo, tan ligado al territorio, se tiene que gestionar desde la proximidad. Y entre las inversiones del plan de sostenibilidad que no se territorializan, solo quería destacar la plataforma de destinos inteligentes. Para hablar de otro tema que yo creo que también, y el último que tocaré, que se ha tocado en las conferencias de estos días y que creemos que es muy importante, la generación de datos útiles para tomar decisiones y para evaluar el resultado de estas decisiones. El turismo es un fenómeno complejo que aporta a la sociedad indiscutibles beneficios, y que no se puede solo valorar por el número de visitantes ni por el gasto turístico. Históricamente muchas veces las decisiones se tomaron, lo explicaba muy bien Susana, ¿no?, en este sentido, pero ahora ya todos sabemos que tenemos que saber cómo este turismo y valorar y medir cómo este turismo mejora la vida de todos nuestros conciudadanos. Por eso nos parece un hito fundamental que gracias al impulso de UN Tourism dispongamos de un marco estadístico común para medir la sostenibilidad del turismo, puesto que no se puede gestionar, como bien decimos siempre, adecuadamente lo que no se puede medir. Y en este sentido, y de manera paralela, y con su impulso, la Secretaría de Estado de Turismo, y esto lo conoce muy bien Miguel Sanz, estamos desarrollando un proyecto para medir la percepción de la población local ante el fenómeno turístico, tanto en lo que se refiere al impacto sobre su lugar de residencia, como al impacto que tiene en su vida personal. Todos sabemos que los destinos turísticos no se entienden sin las personas que los habitan. Por eso es fundamental conocer los efectos que el turismo tiene en sus vidas y también en sus territorios, identificar en qué elementos debemos centrar las políticas públicas. Es innegable que no se parte desde cero, que hay un trabajo hecho por todo el ecosistema turístico que ahora estamos reimpulsando, que ahora estamos aumentando la velocidad, porque también la sociedad nos lo está pidiendo y en las que todas las administraciones debemos seguir trabajando. La Secretaría de Estado de Turismo, así como el Ministerio de Industria y Turismo, estamos a disposición de todas las administraciones y los agentes para que el turismo siga siendo lo que es, una fuente de prosperidad, una fuente de felicidad y una fuente de bienestar para todos y para todas. For those who have come from abroad, I hope you enjoy your stay in our island, our gastronomy, our landscape, and above all, our people. Thank you very much. Have a nice rest of the day, and congratulations for these sessions.
Well, what can I say? I'm very impressed. I'm impressed with everything that's been happening here over the last 2 days. I have to say, as a climate scientist, that learning is always very valuable. I've learned a lot of things too. I think we've exposed a lot of important issues. I think the key word here was cooperation. I think everybody needs to work together. But I want to add another word in these final remarks just to say that all this cooperation, all this work, all these studies, all this data that we manage will not take us anywhere if we don't materialize this. Sometimes the words are gone with the wind, and we need to make sure that what we do here and what we do in the next meeting and the next meeting really happens. Otherwise, we really don't advance, and we have to advance really quickly. We have a 2030 agenda to meet, and if those SDGs aren't met, we're going to be in trouble. And we'll regret what we haven't done in the time we have. So that's my main message. I have to say I'm really happy to be here to share this meeting with you as a master of ceremony, although I had a little insight there with climate, which is my world. And I will do my best to continue transmitting sustainability to everybody that is interested in hearing and it really can make a difference. I want to thank the Consell de Mallorca, Turisme de Mallorca, of course, UN Tourism too, for having me here as a guest of ceremony, for participating in such a special event. And it's been a pleasure to be here. Ha sido un placer estar aquí. Wait a minute. Ha estat un plaer estar amb tots vosaltres. I try. Anyways, thank you very much. Congratulations, as Rosario said too. I think this was a very special 2 days, and I think there's a lot more to do, but you know, there will be more summits. So enjoy, and safe travels and sustainable travels wherever you go from here.